Hercule Poirot and the Riddle of the Crimson Teacup. Chapter 1. A Shocking Crime in High Society. I had not seen Hercule Poirot for several months. He had taken to the countryside to rest the little grey cells, as he so often put it, which in reality meant solving a quaint murder involving a poisoned shepherd in Devonshire. It was on a blustery April morning that I received a brief but cryptic telegram from him. "Pack your valise, mon ami. Something most curious has occurred in Surrey. I trust you enjoy tea. Hercule." I arrived at Windermere Hall later that same afternoon, a grand country house set against the blooming daffodils and overcast skies of the English countryside. Its owner, Lady Helena Worthing, was a doyenne of London society, an indomitable woman in her early 60s, known for her extensive art collection, scandalous wit, and regular Sunday salons attended by the cultural elite. But that Sunday had ended in tragedy. At precisely 4:15 p.m., during her celebrated Crimson Teacup gathering, a tradition named for the antique red and gold Sèvres porcelain teacups she reserved for her most distinguished guests, Lady Helena had collapsed, face contorted in horror, her hand clenched around the fragile crimson cup. She was dead before the teacup shattered on the floor. Poison was suspected. Arsenic, perhaps, or digitalis. But it was the nature of the crime that rendered the affair so bizarre. Of the 12 guests in attendance, all had been served tea from the same pot poured by Lady Helena's own hand. None had left the room. None had consumed anything she hadn't. And yet only Lady Helena had died. Poirot met me on the gravel path as I arrived. He was impeccably dressed as always, though a streak of pollen dust on his lapel betrayed some rural misadventure with an overzealous bee. "Ah, Hastings," he greeted, eyes twinkling. "You have arrived just in time. I have met already with the family, and I sense," he paused, tapping his temple, "something does not match. A melody out of key." I followed him into the great hall, where the guests-turned-suspects lingered in tense silence. They were a gallery of faces etched with worry and artful neutrality. Grief was not absent, but suspicion had already begun to coil among them. "Let me introduce you, Hastings," Poirot said softly. "There is Miss Violet Worthing, Lady Helena's orphaned niece, dutiful, intelligent, and perpetually underestimated. Next to her is Colonel Hugh Danforth, our retired soldier, whose moustache rivals even mine, though alas, not in quality." "And the others?" I asked. Poirot pointed subtly. "Mrs. Sylvia Barrington, the ambitious widow and collector of secrets. Dr. Leonard Vale, who prescribed Lady Helena her daily digitalis. Mr. Roger Pym, her solicitor, most eager to see the latest, will execute it. And of course, Lady Daphne Cardew, who arrived uninvited, claims to be an old friend, and wears a perfume that does not agree with my nostrils." He stopped before the shattered teacup, now sealed in a display box by the local constable. "Was one of a pair," Poirot murmured. "The other sits in the cabinet untouched. One crimson teacup leads to death, and the other to nothing. Voilà! A riddle, no, a riddle indeed." And with that, Hercule Poirot straightened his tie and began to gather his suspects. Chapter 2. The Gathering of Suspects. From the first-person perspective of Captain Hastings. Word count, 160, the drawing-room at Windermere Hall, had the hushed, tense atmosphere of a courtroom awaiting its judge. The ticking of the French mantel clock sounded unnaturally loud, and the clink of a teaspoon against porcelain made more than one person flinch. The room itself was an elegant blend of tradition and ostentation, heavy drapes in crimson brocade, catching the weak sunlight through the tall windows, bookshelves lining one wall, and portraits of various worthings gazing sternly down upon the living. Poirot stood with his back to the hearth, hands neatly behind him, as if he were already delivering his closing remarks. But of course we were still very much at the beginning. I had seen him in this mood before, courteous but sharp-eyed, missing nothing and saying little until his mind had laid the groundwork. He cleared his throat lightly. "Messieurs et mesdames," he began, "I regret that we meet under such tragic circumstances. Lady Helena's death is a shock to all, but one does not collapse so suddenly without cause, and one does not die holding a teacup laced with poison unless someone wishes her dead." There was an audible ripple, shifting in chairs, glances, exchanged stiffened shoulders. Poirot pressed onward. "We shall begin not with accusations, but with understanding. Each of you was present during the tea. Each of you may help me untangle this unfortunate affair. I shall be conducting interviews in due course, but for now, let us reacquaint ourselves with the dramatis personae, non?" He looked at Violet. "Worthing first. Mademoiselle Worthing, you were closest to Lady Helena, niece, confidante, heir?" Violet nodded with composed grace. She was a young woman of perhaps 28, dressed in subdued navy silk, her hair drawn back severely, but her eyes alert. I sensed both intelligence and caution in her. Her voice, when she spoke, was clear and calm. "Aunt Helena took me in when I was 16. She was exacting but generous. She groomed me to handle the estate. I managed much of her correspondence and her business affairs. We disagreed often, but she trusted me." "You have lived here permanently?" "For the last 7 years, yes." Poirot tilted his head. "Did your aunt drink the tea you poured for her?" "No," Violet said at once. "She poured it herself. She always did, from the same pot. It's a ritual of hers. This gathering was one of her little traditions." "And this tradition, does it include always using the crimson teacups?" "Only for special guests. Today was the anniversary of her husband's passing. She said it made her feel powerful to drink from them on that day." Poirot nodded solemnly. "Merci, mademoiselle." He turned to Colonel Hugh Danforth, seated stiffly near the fireplace, a grizzled man with a bristling grey moustache and the look of someone who'd rather be charging trenches than sipping tea. "You served with the late Lord Worthing, did you not?" Poirot asked. "Back in 05, South Africa," Danforth replied, curtly. "Helena and I remained friends since. We shared an appreciation for discipline. Not sentiment, mind you. Discipline." "You were invited then?" "Of course. Came every year. Though I noticed Helena had changed lately." "Changed? How?" "Paranoid. Talked of people deceiving her. Thought someone was watching her from the orchard." "Nonsense, of course." Poirot raised a brow. "Did she express suspicion of anyone here?" Danforth hesitated. "She may have mentioned the doctor, said he was eager to adjust her medication, but I chalked it up to her mood." Dr. Leonard Vale, who had been standing near the window, looked up sharply. He was tall, with a weary, intellectual air, and the expression of a man constantly rehearsing a defence. That's a dangerous insinuation, Colonel. Just repeating what she said. Poirot interjected before tensions could rise. Doctor Vale, you were Lady Helena's physician. You attended to her personally? Yes, for the last 5 years. I prescribed digitalis for her arrhythmia. Low dose. There were no recent changes. She consumed her medication that day. As usual, she kept them in a silver pillbox by the tea tray. I didn't see her take them, but she never missed a dose. Any recent medical complications? Vale shook his head. None fatal. Poirot's gaze lingered on him for a moment longer, then moved on. Sylvia Barrington, he said, turning to a woman of striking elegance seated by the sideboard. She wore a sharp-cut burgundy dress and smoked a slim cigarette in a jade holder. She exhaled and tilted her head. Helena and I had what you might call a civil rivalry. She enjoyed besting me at auctions. I enjoyed stealing her lovers. Hastings nearly choked. Poirot, unfazed, said, "You speak with candour, madam." She smiled. "Truth is armour, monsieur." "Why were you invited today?" "Because we were similar. Competitive women, aging ungracefully. I admired her. And perhaps she admired me. Did you observe anything odd before the incident?" "Yes," she said, leaning in. "The teapot. Helena had Violet bring it in, then dismissed the maid. She poured 1 cup, just hers, and stared into it for nearly a minute before drinking. Then she said, 'No regrets,' and took a sip. Poirot's eyes narrowed, and she did not drink the same blend as the rest. Oh, she insisted it was all the same. But who knows?" Poirot turned now to a man I had scarcely noticed. Roger Pym, the solicitor. A stooped, grey-faced man with spectacles and a barely audible voice, I manage. "The estate," he said. "The new will was signed 3 days ago." That brought a stir. Even Violet looked taken aback. "New will?" Poirot asked. "Yes." She removed several bequests to friends, reallocated funds to charities, but Violet remains the primary heir. Was this decision public? No. She wished to announce it in a week's time, during a formal dinner. She feared backlash. Poirot nodded slowly. Backlash from whom? I couldn't say. He stepped aside, and finally Poirot turned toward the flamboyant figure who had been reclining with feline grace near the piano. "Lady Daphne Cardew," he said. "You were not on the invitation list." She smiled. "I rarely am, but I always arrive. Helena and I go back decades. She could never resist a bit of scandal, and I bring scandal wherever I go." "You claim a close friendship?" "Oh, yes. I was there when she married, and when she nearly ran away to Cairo with a sculptor named Leo. She trusted me with things others wouldn't dream of sharing. Did she confide anything before her death? She said someone had lied to her. A monstrous lie. She wouldn't say who, only that it would be exposed soon." Poirot was silent for a beat. Then he straightened his lapels and addressed the room again. "Bon, I thank you all. The interviews will continue shortly. For now, remain on the estate. I will speak to the staff as well. Hastings, come." We retreated to the hallway. "Well," I said, "what do you make of it? They all seem to have reason, or at least secrets." Poirot nodded, but his eyes were far away. "There is something here, Hastings, something strange in the symmetry. A crimson teacup, a ritual, a confession unspoken, and a lie, a great lie someone has told. But who, and why? He touched his temple lightly. The little grey cells, they have begun their work. Chapter 3. Poirot begins his interviews. The morning after Lady Helena's tragic death arrived with a melancholy stillness that settled heavily over Windermere Hall. A damp mist clung to the hedgerows and framed the stone manor like a shroud. Inside, the grand breakfast table was more silent than it had ever been. Murmurs were rare, forks barely scratched the porcelain, and even the footman moved with ghost-like tread. Poirot took his place at the end of the table, declining the offered breakfast fare with a polite hand and requesting instead his usual pot of hot chocolate. He stirred it slowly, eyes scanning each guest with quiet intensity, pausing longer on some faces than others. At precisely 9 o'clock, Poirot rose. "Now," he announced, adjusting his perfectly aligned cuffs, "the interviews. One by one, if you please. I will begin with Mademoiselle Worthing." Violet Worthing entered the late Lady Helena's drawing-room with grace, dressed in morning navy, a black ribbon woven into her auburn hair. She sat straight backed across from Poirot, her gloved hands resting lightly in her lap. "You and Lady Helena were close?" Poirot asked gently. "As close as any aunt and niece can be, I suppose," she replied with composed reserve. "She was a difficult woman, but I respected her." Poirot nodded slowly. "When did you last speak to her privately?" "2 nights before she died. She called me to the library. She was unsettled. She believed someone was going through her personal things, her writing desk in particular." Poirot's eyebrow lifted. "Did she suspect someone?" "She didn't say. Only that something important was missing. When I asked what, she waved it away." "Anything else she mentioned?" Violet paused, looking thoughtful. "She said Dr. Vale had urged her to change her medication. She didn't trust the suggestion. But again, she wouldn't elaborate." Poirot leaned forward. "Did she seem fearful, nervous?" "She seemed agitated, more than usual. She was drinking stronger tea than normal. She said it helped her sleep." "Stronger tea?" Poirot's tone sharpened slightly. "She asked for her blend to be made with 2 extra spoonfuls of black leaves, brewed for longer. It made the tea almost red." He did not write it down, but his eyes glinted. "Merci, Mademoiselle Worthing. You may ask Mr. Mark Tressilian to come in next." Violet left, and a moment later Mark entered with the loose gait of a man who considered most things beneath him. He sat uninvited, legs crossed, and gave Poirot a lazy smile. "I assume this is just a formality," he said, voice tinged with mild amusement. Poirot gave a thin smile. "Nothing is ever a mere formality, monsieur, when a woman has died mysteriously. Tell me, what was your relationship with Lady Helena?" Mark shrugged. "We tolerated each other. She didn't like me, and frankly, the feeling was mutual, but she was Violet's aunt. That was the important part." "Did you stand to gain anything from her death?" He laughed, too quickly. "No, the money is all Violet's. Lady Helena made that perfectly clear." Poirot's voice remained calm. "And the night she died, where were you?" "In the library. With your friend Hastings, actually. I believe we discussed bridge hands and whether or not the French cheat." Poirot glanced toward me, and I gave a slight nod. "You didn't leave the library at all?" he asked. Mark's eyes flickered just slightly. "I may have gone to the lavatory once. Nothing dramatic." Poirot's expression remained unchanged. "And did you hear anything during the evening? Arguments, movement?" "Nothing unusual. The staff were winding down. Someone dropped a glass at one point." "You didn't visit Lady Helena's room?" "Certainly not. Even though she was unwell? She didn't like unexpected company, especially mine." Poirot paused. Had she been taking her usual tea blend lately? Mark frowned. "I wouldn't know." Poirot nodded once. "That is all for now, monsieur." Next came Dr. Samuel Vale, dapper in his country tweed, glasses perched on the bridge of his nose, and an old leather bag swinging from one hand. He looked concerned but not shaken. "Dr. Vale," Poirot began, "you were Lady Helena's attending physician." "Yes, for the past 12 years. "You suggested she change her heart medication." Dr. Vale adjusted his spectacles. "Indeed. Her previous prescription was outdated. I recommended a more modern option, but she refused. She was stubborn, set in her ways. Did you press the matter?" I urged her gently. "I never override a patient's wishes." Poirot tilted his head. "Did you notice any changes in her behaviour recently?" "Yes. She'd grown paranoid. Said the maid was spying on her. That someone was entering her room. Hallucinations, I assumed. There was no proof." "Did she mention anything being taken?" "She hinted, but never said directly. She was obsessed with her privacy." Poirot's tone turned curious. "And her tea? Did you prescribe any herbal blends?" "No," Dr. Vale said, surprised. "She took black tea only. Darjeeling, I believe." Poirot nodded slowly, fingers steepled. "Did you attend her the night she died?" "No. I was informed in the morning." "By whom?" "Mr. Tressilian. He came to my residence just after dawn." Poirot tapped the arm of his chair. "Merci, docteur. One last question. Was there anything you found strange about the scene?" Dr. Vale hesitated. "Only that the cup had been placed on the right-hand side of her desk. Lady Helena was left-handed. She always placed it on the left." Poirot froze for a beat. Then, "Très intéressant." The interviews continued. Mrs. Burroughs, the housekeeper, who expressed concern over disappearing letters and faint noises at night. Young maid Elsie, who confessed to cleaning the cup, but swore she had never touched the tea leaves. And finally, Lawrence Carstairs, the reclusive cousin and amateur historian, who admitted to harbouring resentment over being excluded from the will. By midday, Poirot had filled 2 pages with notes, though most were remarkably tidy, lacking the mad scribbles I'd expected. Each line was deliberate. Later, alone with me in the conservatory, he sat in a cane-backed chair, staring at the glass roof. "There is something wrong, Hastings." "With the tea?" "With everything. The cup, the tea, the timing. It does not add up. You think the tea was tampered with?" Poirot gave a quiet smile. "I think it was not tea at all." Chapter 4. The first cracks in the facade by the time lunch was announced. The household's mood had grown considerably more strained. What had begun as quiet mourning now simmered with a nervous tension. Even the clink of silverware on china felt too sharp, too loud, as though the house itself had become aware of Poirot's investigation and held its breath. Poirot did not eat. He claimed a light headache But I knew better. He never permitted food to distract him during moments of critical deduction, while the rest of us made a show of nibbling at smoked salmon and cold ham. Poirot sat perfectly still in a high-backed chair in the parlour, his fingers pressed together under his chin, eyes closed as if in prayer. I left him only briefly to check the library and the study. They were quiet, deserted, though I thought I noticed something odd, a lingering scent in Lady Helena's study. Not of perfume or flowers, but something bitter, burnt almost. I made a mental note to tell Poirot. When I returned to the parlour, I found him with a fresh notepad in hand, writing with elegant precision. "Did you notice anything of interest?" I asked, taking a chair beside him. Without looking up, he replied, "The study. What did you feel there?" I was surprised. I did notice a strange smell, like burnt herbs or bitter oil. "Oui," he said softly. "The same thing I noticed. On the rim of the teacup. That aroma. It is not from tea leaves, mon ami. It is something else entirely." "Poison?" "Possibly, but not a poison administered in the usual sense. I believe the drink may have been infused, perhaps even tampered with by someone who wished it to resemble tea, but was in truth something more sinister." I felt a chill go down my spine. "But how?" I asked. "The tea was prepared by the kitchen staff, wasn't it?" Poirot finally looked up. "No, the late Lady Helena insisted on preparing her own blend. The water was brought to her, but the leaves were chosen, measured, and steeped entirely by her. Then surely the question becomes, why would she poison herself?" "Exactly, which is why I do not believe she did." He tapped the side of his head. "There is a contradiction here. A woman so secretive, so proud, would never allow another to touch her tea, and yet something foreign entered her cup. So, either she made an error, highly unlikely, or someone gained her trust, or tricked her." The door creaked open and Violet stepped in, her expression unreadable. "I thought I'd find you here," she said quietly. "I hoped you might join us." Poirot smiled with restraint. "Merci, mademoiselle, but I must decline." She hesitated. "There's something you should know." We both straightened. Violet glanced at me, then stepped closer. "It's about the will." Poirot gestured for her to sit. "Go on, I am most interested." Violet sat across from him and looked down at her gloves. "Lady Helena made changes to her will 3 months ago. She called me into her study, told me plainly that I would inherit everything. Windermere Hall, the estate, her investments. But she left one item, one thing only, to Lawrence." Poirot raised his brows. "Indeed?" "A box," she said. "A small wooden box from her collection of antique curios. She kept it locked in a glass cabinet in her study." Poirot nodded. "What was inside?" "I don't know. She never opened it in front of anyone. But she made a strange remark when I asked. She said, 'Let him have it. It's already done enough harm.'" Poirot leaned forward, a glimmer of excitement in his eyes. "Did she say where the box originated?" "She only mentioned it was brought from Cairo. Something she acquired during her travels in the 1920s. She called it the Thing of Smoke. I thought it was a joke." "A thing of smoke," Poirot repeated slowly. "Curious. And this box, does it remain in the cabinet?" Violet hesitated. "No, I checked this morning. It's gone." Poirot closed his eyes briefly, then rose to his feet. Then I believe it is time to speak with Mr. Carstairs again. We found Lawrence Carstairs in the conservatory, staring out at the gardens. His hands were tucked behind his back, and he seemed oblivious to our approach. "Mr. Carstairs," Poirot said softly, "might we have a word?" Lawrence turned, his expression unreadable. "I suppose you must," he said. We sat in silence for a moment after he took his seat. Poirot examined him as though he were an entry in a museum catalogue. "Monsieur," Poirot began, "Lady Helena recently amended her will. You are aware of this?" Lawrence gave a short laugh. "Yes, she left me nothing, unless you count some wooden box of questionable value." Poirot tilted his head. "She spoke of it as something dangerous. She spoke of many things that way. My cousin was a woman of dramatics." "Nonetheless," Poirot pressed, "the box is missing. You wouldn't happen to know where it is?" A flicker, only a flicker of emotion passed over Lawrence's face. "I haven't seen it," he said coolly. "But you know what was in it?" Lawrence hesitated. "No, only rumours. My uncle once told me it was a keepsake from an Egyptian mystic. Nonsense, of course. Your uncle, Helena's husband?" "Yes. He died in Cairo. She returned a widow." Poirot rubbed his chin. "And the box has remained in her possession ever since?" "To my knowledge," Poirot tapped his fingers. "Tell me, Mr. Carstairs, were you in Windermere Hall the night Lady Helena died?" Lawrence looked offended. "Certainly. I was in my room. And you heard nothing?" "I have hearing trouble, monsieur. I sleep with a phonograph playing to drown out tinnitus." Poirot offered a small nod. "That is unfortunate. Thank you, monsieur." As Lawrence left, Poirot turned to me. "The more I hear, Hastings, the less I believe this to be a simple case of poison. You think there's more to the box?" Poirot's eyes narrowed. Not the box itself, perhaps, but the significance placed upon it. "Tell me, does it not seem strange to you that a woman so precise would assign the one man she distrusted the most a single symbolic inheritance?" "You think she meant to send a message?" "No. I think she meant to lay a trap." That afternoon, Poirot conducted a second search of Lady Helena's study. I assisted, of course, though I was constantly warned not to disturb the system he had established. Books were checked for hollowed compartments. Desk drawers were removed entirely. A false bottom was discovered beneath the upper left drawer, but contained nothing but dried lavender and a brittle envelope containing a long-faded photograph. Poirot studied it briefly. A younger Helena with a man in uniform smiling under the Egyptian sun. "She loved deeply once," he murmured. He moved to the glass cabinet, inspecting the broken latch. "Forced. Recent." Poirot bent down, peering into the corners. He ran a gloved finger along the wood and stopped. He pulled out a small, delicate piece of paper, folded twice. On it, only a short phrase written in Lady Helena's hand. "The crimson cup reveals what the lips cannot." Poirot read it aloud, then repeated it in French. "Symbolic," he muttered. "Poetic. She was warning someone, not herself, but the person who would drink from that cup. But she drank from it," I reminded him. Poirot stood very still. Then he turned toward me, a strange gleam in his eyes. "No, Hastings, she did not." I blinked, but she was found with the cup. "Yes, but think who verified she had drunk from it." Who tasted the tea? Who checked her tongue, her lips, her breath? The doctor, I said slowly. Dr. Vale. Poirot nodded. Who arrived after death? Who may have made assumptions? Or may have assisted in making us assume? You think she was poisoned in another way? I think she may not have been poisoned at all. I stared. You mean she was murdered some other way, and the tea was a ruse? Precisely. Or perhaps she never even intended to drink the tea. Perhaps the tea was prepared for someone else. That evening, Poirot gathered the household once more. The announcement came with little warning, and the guests gathered in the drawing-room with nervous murmurs. Violet stood stiffly beside the fire. Mark lounged in the corner with forced calm. Lawrence remained near the exit, eyes darting. Dr. Vale arrived last with a furrowed brow. Poirot stepped forward. Mesdames et messieurs, he began, I must thank you for your cooperation. The matter of Lady Helena's death is far from simple, and yet some things have begun to reveal themselves. A hush fell. He walked slowly, hands behind his back. Lady Helena Worthing was a woman of structure, of predictability. She guarded her routines, her privacy, and most certainly her tea. So, when she is found dead beside a cup of crimson tea, we must ask ourselves, not who served her, but who stood to gain by what the cup represented. He paused. This was not a simple poisoning. It was theatre. The tea was intended to mislead, to direct suspicion. He turned to Lawrence. You were to receive only one item. A box now missing. A box that may have contained the key to Helena's death. Then to Dr. Vale. You certified her death. Yet you did not question the scene, did not note that the cup sat on the wrong side, or that her tongue showed no staining from the tea. Vale looked taken aback. Poirot held up a hand. No accusations yet, Doctor. Only questions. Finally, to Violet. And you, mademoiselle, hold more of the truth than you have shared. I suspect Lady Helena told you more than you let on, about her fears, about the tea, about who might want her silenced. Violet opened her mouth, but Poirot raised a finger. Tomorrow, he said, I shall ask you each new questions, and then when the final piece falls into place, we shall see the riddle for what it truly is. He turned, and with a small bow, left the room. Chapter 5. Midnight Revelations. The sky over Windermere Hall had darkened to a brooding navy blue. A thin fog crept in from the lake at the edge of the property, curling along the hedgerows and gravel paths like a silent conspirator. The house, already burdened by grief and secrets, now felt completely engulfed by mystery. Poirot had retired early, or so the others believed. I found him not in his room, but in the library, seated beside a crackling fireplace with several documents spread before him. He didn't look up as I entered, merely gestured toward a chair. There is something in the silence of Windermere tonight, Hastings, he said quietly. A whisper of finality. Something will break before morning. You think the murderer will act again? I think, he said, that the murderer already has, and does not yet know the consequences of their actions. He handed me a folded sheet of paper. What do you make of this? It was the page from Lady Helena's desk, the one with the cryptic phrase, "The crimson cup reveals what the lips cannot." She meant something by this, I murmured. Poirot nodded. She feared someone, perhaps more than one person, and I believe she intended this phrase to be her dying declaration. But she didn't write it as she died, I said, frowning. It was hidden before, which means, Poirot said, that she expected her end, or at least she suspected it was possible, and she prepared. He looked at the fire, his gaze reflective. Lady Helena was not a careless woman. If she hid that note, she hid other things, and I suspect we've overlooked something in this house. I shifted in my chair. Do you want me to check the study again? Poirot shook his head. No, the study has revealed all it will. Tonight we must search where no one else thinks to look. At precisely 11 o'clock, Poirot and I slipped out of the library and into the east wing, where the old servant quarters lay. These rooms had been unused for years, the wood floors warped slightly with age, the doors creaking in protest as we pushed them open. Poirot moved methodically, checking walls, tapping on floorboards, opening small drawers and lifting corner rugs. In one room we found nothing but a rusted cot and the skeleton of a mouse. In another, a stack of old ledgers. But in the third, Poirot paused. "Listen," he said. I held my breath. Somewhere beneath the room there was a low hum, barely perceptible, not mechanical, not wind, a kind of resonance. Poirot knelt beside the far wall, where the wood panelling met the stone. He pressed along the lower edge, and suddenly, a soft click. The panel popped open. Inside was a narrow staircase descending into darkness. Poirot raised an eyebrow. Curious, is it not? We descended carefully, our way lit only by a small lantern Poirot had brought with him. The stairs led to what could only be described as a forgotten cellar, not part of the main cellars, below the kitchen, but sealed off and unknown to the current staff. The air was cool and thick with the scent of damp stone and aged paper. In the centre of the chamber was a table, and on it sat several items: an oil lamp, a thin ledger, a velvet pouch, and, most startling, a second teacup, identical to the one found in Lady Helena's room. Poirot moved forward slowly, eyes gleaming. Now we begin to see the picture form. He opened the ledger and flipped through the pages. They were filled with Lady Helena's handwriting. Notes, observations, dates, mentions of Lawrence, watchful, Vale, charming but evasive, and V, too quick to trust. Mon Dieu, Poirot whispered. She kept a record of her suspicions. He turned to the final entry, written only days before her death. I saw it again. The cup shimmered, as it did in Cairo. I cannot trust even my reflection any more. I will set the trap. If they take the bait, I will know. If they do not, I will vanish as I must. I stared. You mean she planned to disappear? Poirot shook his head slowly. Or she feared the cup would kill her, as it had someone else. Picked up the velvet pouch and opened it. Inside was a small pile of fine powder, dark red, almost plum-coloured. Not poison, Poirot said after a quick sniff. Incense, something sacred, perhaps ceremonial. He turned to the duplicate teacup and pointed. Hastings, note the inside. A residue. I peered in. There was a faint line of reddish film. It matches the scent from her study. Poirot nodded. And it is not from tea. This powder, it's part of a ritual. One Helena had seen before, in Egypt. one that left her fearful. We stared at the items, the forgotten cellar, the trap that had been set. Then footsteps echoed above. Poirot extinguished the lantern. We waited in silence as the footsteps moved away. Poirot gripped my arm. "We are close, Hastings, but now we must be cautious. Whoever killed Lady Helena, if indeed she is dead, may be watching." We returned to the main house an hour later, careful not to disturb anything. Poirot retired, to his room this time, but only to write. I saw him pen 3 sealed envelopes before locking them in his valise. "Just in case," he told me. "If something happens, these letters must be delivered. One to Inspector Japp, one to Violet, and one to the murderer." I swallowed hard. "Do you think it will come to that?" "I hope not. But murderers, Hastings, they rarely stop at one." The next morning dawned with grey clouds overhead, and the sound of thunder rumbling in the distance. A storm was brewing. Breakfast was sombre. Violet barely touched her eggs. Dr. Vale seemed distracted. Lawrence had taken his meal in his room, and Mark arrived late, smelling faintly of brandy. Poirot did not eat. Instead, he asked the household to reconvene in the drawing room at 11 sharp. When the hour came, we gathered once again in the same room where the night before he had made his veiled accusations. But this time Poirot stood before the fireplace with a quiet finality in his expression. "Mes amis," he began, "the time has come to reveal the truth, to explain the riddle of the Crimson Teacup and the death of Lady Helena Worthing." Everyone stiffened. Poirot held up a hand. "Let me speak, uninterrupted. Then you may offer whatever protest you choose." He turned toward Violet. "Mademoiselle, you told us Helena had feared someone would betray her, that she had changed her will and left you everything but the curious box. You suspected Lawrence, and yet you missed the real enemy." To Dr. Vale, "You, sir, were the first to examine her. You declared the cause of death without autopsy. Convenient. But Lady Helena had been clever. She had replaced the contents of her cup with a decoy. She was testing someone, perhaps you." Dr. Vale's eyes widened. "You're saying—" Poirot silenced him with a raised finger. To Mr. Carstairs, "You stood to gain little from the will, but you knew the power that box held, the secret of Cairo, the ceremony Helena fled from. You feared its return." Lawrence opened his mouth, then closed it again. Poirot stepped forward. Lady Helena was not poisoned. She was drugged. Not by the cup she drank, but by a scent, burnt incense, that induced a deep trance. She had planned it herself. A last resort to escape danger. But someone used that moment to end her life. He turned to Mark, the quiet observer, who had said the least. "And you, Mr. Mark Talbot, you played the innocent, the distant relative. But you were never on the estate records. Lady Helena's letters made no mention of your visit. You arrived only days before her death, didn't you?" Mark stiffened. Poirot walked closer. "You are not Mark Talbot. Your real name is Edward Vale. You are the brother of Dr. Benjamin Vale, and you came to Windermere Hall to retrieve something your brother dared not. Something buried in that box." Gasps filled the room. Dr. Vale leapt to his feet. "That's a lie!" Poirot did not blink. "Is it? Then why did your handwriting appear on the hotel register in Cairo? beside Lady Helena's in 1926. A moment of silence. Then chaos. Violet stepped back in shock. Lawrence reached for a decanter and missed. Dr. Vale's face had turned a shade of grey I had seen only once before, on the dead. Lady Helena discovered you both had returned to England, Poirot continued. She feared what you wanted, the rights, the knowledge she brought back with her in that cursed box. Poirot turned to the fireplace, then removed a small wrapped bundle from his pocket. He unwrapped it. Inside, the box. How? Lawrence stammered. She never left it in her study, Poirot said. She hid it where only someone who truly understood her mind would look. Poirot opened the box. Inside was a parchment scroll, aged and fragile. Symbols covered it, ancient, powerful. She brought back more than a relic. She brought back a fragment of forbidden law, and she died, because she feared what it could become in the wrong hands. Dr. Vale lunged forward, but I stepped between, him and Poirot. Too late, Poirot said. The truth is free now. Scotland Yard will arrive shortly. He turned to the rest of the household. Lady Helena was murdered by manipulation, not of her tea, but of her fears. The murderer used the past to trap her in the present. He turned to me and smiled grimly. And now, Hastings, the riddle is solved. Chapter 6. The Box of Echoes. The box was no longer a mystery. It sat on Poirot's lap, as though it had always belonged there. But despite the revelations of the previous morning, I sensed that the true storm had only just begun. We had unmasked one Vale, but the other, Dr. Benjamin Vale, was still seated among us, as pale and tight-lipped as a man waiting for the gallows. Poirot had made his declarations with such theatrical clarity that it left the rest of the household stunned. Violet hadn't spoken since. Lawrence remained cloistered in his study. As for Mark, no, Edward Vale, he had disappeared shortly after Poirot's final words, slipping into the hall with the practised ease of a man used to escape. It was now afternoon, and I found Poirot in the conservatory, the box of ancient Egyptian origin resting on the small marble table beside his teacup. "Still watching it?" I asked, taking a seat. He glanced at the box, then back to me. "No, Hastings, I am watching what it represents. You believe there's more to it than what we read on the parchment?" Poirot's eyes twinkled. "Always. A parchment alone is only words. But words with intention, those are dangerous." I frowned. "You're talking about a spell. Not magic, mon ami. Influence, belief, the power people give to objects when they fear them." He stood and paced slowly in the warm greenhouse light. Lady Helena feared what she brought back from Egypt, not because of what it was, but because of what it meant to others, to men like Vale and his brother. I do not yet know if Dr. Vale is the mastermind, or merely the cowardly accomplice, but what I do know is this: someone has gone to great lengths to keep Helena's secrets buried, and those lengths have not ended. He tapped the table. "We must look beyond the box now. We must look into the past." By that evening, Poirot had summoned Inspector Japp from Scotland Yard. He arrived just as a thin rain began to fall, his usual gruff manner slightly subdued by the stately grandeur of Windermere Hall. "Well, well, Poirot," he said after entering the drawing-room. "Another body, or just one of your puzzles again?" Poirot smiled. No new body, mon ami, but a very old riddle, and one that still holds danger. I brought Jap up to speed, recounting what had happened from Lady Helena's death to the uncovering of the second Vale brother. He listened without interruption, then lit a cigar. "Right," he said. "So we've got a murder, or presumed murder, some kind of ancient box, and a pair of brothers meddling in things they shouldn't." Poirot nodded. "And we are not done." He stepped forward and unfolded a new sheet of paper on the table. "This Jap was delivered to me only an hour ago, slipped beneath my door." The inspector raised an eyebrow. "Anonymous?" "Entirely. But look, it was a simple message typed neatly on a small card. Leave the box, take the girl, or she dies." Violet, I felt a chill ripple through me. "She's gone," Poirot said. "Vanished from her room an hour after luncheon. No one saw her leave. No note." "Damn it," Jap muttered. "So this has turned into a kidnapping too?" Poirot tapped the table. "Not quite. Violet left on her own, willingly." We both stared. "She suspected something," Poirot continued, "and she followed it. I believe she's been trying to uncover her aunt's secrets herself, perhaps even before we arrived." He glanced toward the window. "But now someone has her, and they want the box in exchange." Jap stood. "We'll need dogs, men, a perimeter." Poirot stopped him with a gesture. "No, this must be played delicately. If we bring a brigade, Violet dies." Jap stared at him. "You have a plan?" Poirot's eyes gleamed. "Of course, but we must act now, and it begins with letting the box go." By midnight, Poirot had arranged for a decoy, an identical wooden chest filled with books and wrapped in velvet. The original box, he claimed, was already hidden somewhere in Windermere where no one would find it. "I hope you're not bluffing," I said as we climbed into the old estate's horse-drawn carriage. "If they open it, they will not," Poirot said firmly. "They will not risk examining it until they feel safe. The box represents fear and power to them. They dare not tamper with it casually." Jap had been stationed nearby with 2 constables, watching from the tree line, but Poirot insisted only I accompany him to the meeting point, an abandoned chapel on the far edge of the estate's boundary. We arrived just before 1. The chapel was overgrown, its doors hanging off the hinges, stained glass long shattered. Fog crept in through the trees like fingers. Inside, the air was musty and silent. We stepped into the nave and waited. A faint sound, footsteps on stone, then a figure emerged from the shadows. "Edward Vale, where is she?" Poirot asked quietly. Vale looked older now, drawn and gaunt beneath his cap. "You brought the box?" Poirot held it out. First, the girl. Vale gestured towards the back of the chapel. A second figure emerged, Violet. She looked unharmed, though her hands were tied and a cloth had been around her mouth. Her eyes locked onto Poirot's with fierce intensity. "Release her," Poirot said. Vale hesitated, then nodded. A third man appeared behind her. Dr. Vale. I stepped forward instinctively, but Poirot held me back. "Let her go," Poirot said. "Dr. Vale cut the bonds." Violet ran toward us. At the same moment, Vale stepped forward to take the box. He reached for it, and Poirot let it fall. It struck the ground with a loud crack. The lid burst open. Books spilled out. Vale's face turned red. "You lied!" Poirot stepped between him and the girl. "No, monsieur, I protected what was sacred. You sought to weaponize history." Japp entered then with the constables, revolvers raised. "Step away from them!" he barked. Vale and his brother froze. It was over. By dawn, the brothers Vale had been arrested. Lawrence Carstairs was found attempting to burn correspondence that tied him to illicit artifact sales, evidence that would later place him as the middleman in the smuggling network. And Violet, though shaken, was whole. We gathered one last time in the drawing-room that morning. As sunlight pierced through, the grey Poirot sat calmly with his tea, Violet beside him. "You knew all along," she said. Poirot smiled. "I suspected. But you must understand, mademoiselle, truth does not always arrive in full bloom. Sometimes it trickles." She leaned back. What was it they wanted? That scroll? Poirot nodded. It contained the final passage of a forbidden rite, one that Vale believed could restore lost consciousness. He intended to sell it to a foreign agent, but Helena feared its misuse. So she set the trap. Poirot looked into his cup. Yes, and she paid the price. But the teacup? Merely symbolic? The poison was fear. The teacup was the stage. I looked at him. And the box? Poirot gestured to the fire, where it belongs, with the past. And so, another case closed. But as Poirot always said, mystery is eternal. Only our part in it ever changes. Chapter 7. The Web Unravelled. The morning after the arrest of Edward and Dr. Vale brought with it a palpable tension in Windermere Hall. The case, which had once seemed so tangled, now had the sharp clarity of a perfectly solved puzzle. Yet, as Poirot and I sat in the quiet dining-room, sipping our coffee, I could not shake the sense that something had been overlooked. "I have the distinct feeling," I said to Poirot, "that we have merely scratched the surface." Poirot looked up from his cup with a slight smile. "Your intuition, Hastings, is correct, but it is not the case that concerns me now. It is the question of why." I frowned. The Vales wanted the box. They wanted the power it represented, and they were willing to go to great lengths to obtain it. But that's a simple explanation, isn't it? "Ah, simple, yes," Poirot agreed, "but in my experience it is often the simplest explanations that are the least reliable. There is something more here, a deeper thread." I leaned back in my chair, still turning the events over in my mind. The Vales had been obsessed with the ancient scroll and the secrets it contained. Secrets that had led to Helena Carstairs' death. The notion of a forbidden rite had certainly captured their imagination. But why go to such lengths to keep it hidden? Why murder the woman who had brought the box into the light? It didn't add up. The riddle had been solved on the surface, but there was an undercurrent of something more sinister. Poirot stood and walked over to the window, where he stared out at the sprawling estate. I watched him for a moment before speaking again. "There's something we've missed." "Something about Lady Helena," I said slowly, my mind racing through the facts. "She knew about the powers within the box, didn't she?" "Indeed," Poirot replied, his voice quiet but firm. "Lady Helena understood more than the others. She had seen the damage that the box and its contents could cause, and she acted accordingly. But she did not act alone." I raised an eyebrow. "What do you mean?" Poirot turned to face me, his expression unusually serious. "You see, Hastings, there were others who sought to control the box. Those who believed it was not merely a relic, but a key to something greater, something powerful." My heart skipped a beat. "Who?" Poirot's gaze softened. "That, my friend, is the heart of the mystery. The true power behind the events that have unfolded is not the box itself, but the people who covet it." Later, that morning, Poirot requested that we visit the estate's library, a vast labyrinthine collection of books and manuscripts, some of which had been untouched for decades. It was there, in the heart of the old manor, that we found something most curious. Lady Helena had been a historian of some renown, but her focus had always been on ancient civilizations, Egypt, Mesopotamia, and even the lost cultures of the Americas. Her private collection, however, had been far more eclectic. Among the shelves of rare books were volumes that spoke of occult practices, esoteric philosophies, and forgotten rites. It was a startling revelation, considering Helena had never mentioned such interests before her untimely demise. We pulled a large volume from the shelf and opened it to a random page. The text was archaic, the handwriting nearly illegible, but a few words caught my eye: "The key to eternal life." Poirot, who had been perusing the shelf next to me, seemed to take little notice of the title. Instead, his eyes scanned the room carefully, as though searching for something. "What do you think, Hastings?" Poirot asked, his tone laced with suspicion. "Is this the work of a mere historian?" I looked up, a sense of unease creeping over me. "There's something odd about this, Poirot. The books, the hidden interests. Lady Helena was no ordinary historian. She was trying to uncover something more than just history. She was looking for a key." Poirot nodded, his face pensive. "Yes, a key. To what, exactly?" I closed the book with a snap, my mind racing. "You think someone was looking for the same thing she was?" Poirot's eyes flicked to the shelves, as though he could sense the presence of unseen answers in the air. "The Veils, no doubt. But they are not alone in their quest. There are others who have known of the box's existence, others who would do anything to control its power." I felt a shiver run down my spine. "And what do you propose we do?" Poirot turned to me, his face suddenly grave. "We must uncover the truth, Hastings, not merely about the murder of Lady Helena, but about the forces that led to her death. There is still a hidden power at play in this house." I nodded, though a part of me felt the familiar stirrings of doubt. The case had always seemed straightforward, but now, in the dim light of the library, it felt as though we were standing on the edge of a much larger mystery, one that extended far beyond the Veils and their obsession with the ancient box. The next day, Poirot's suspicions were confirmed. A visitor arrived at Windermere Hall, a man whose presence could not have been more different from the charming but sinister Vale brothers. He was tall, dressed in a dark suit, and moved with an air of quiet authority. His name was Sir Charles Aubrey, a figure from Lady Helena's past, a man whose connection to her was shrouded in secrecy. "I'm afraid I've come at a difficult time," Sir Charles said with a measured smile, extending his hand to Poirot. "But I understand that you've been investigating the death of my dear friend." Poirot shook his hand, but his expression was guarded. Indeed, Sir Charles. And I suspect that you may know more than you are letting on. Sir Charles raised an eyebrow, though his smile remained. I assure you, Poirot, that I have no secrets to hide. But Lady Helena and I shared a long and complicated history. Her recent research, I believe, has led to far more dangerous territory than any of us could have predicted. Dangerous territory, Poirot repeated, leaning forward slightly. What do you mean? Sir Charles hesitated for a moment before answering. Lady Helena had been investigating the origins of an ancient cult, one that worshipped the gods of Egypt. She believed that the box held the key to unlocking their most potent ritual. Poirot's gaze sharpened. And what was this ritual? Sir Charles? Sir Charles's smile faltered slightly. I'm afraid I do not know And they want the box in exchange. Japp stood. We'll need dogs, men, a perimeter. Poirot stopped him with a gesture. No, this must be played delicately. If we bring a brigade, Violet dies. Japp stared at him. You have a plan? Poirot's eyes gleamed. Of course, but we must act now. And it begins with letting the box go. By midnight, Poirot had arranged for a decoy, an identical wooden chest filled with books and wrapped in velvet. The original box, he claimed, was already hidden somewhere in Windermere where no one would find it. I hope you're not bluffing, I said as we climbed into the old estate's horse-drawn carriage. If they open it, they will not, Poirot said firmly. They will not risk examining it until they feel safe. The box represents fear and power to them. They dare not tamper with it casually. Japp had been stationed nearby with 2 constables, watching from the tree line, but Poirot insisted only I accompany him to the meeting point, an abandoned chapel on the far edge of the estate's boundary. We arrived just before 1. The chapel was overgrown, its doors hanging off the hinges, stained glass long shattered. Fog crept in through the trees like fingers. Inside, the air was musty and silent. We stepped into the nave and waited. A faint sound, footsteps on stone, then a figure emerged from the shadows. Edward Vale, where is she? Poirot asked quietly. Vale looked older now, drawn and gaunt beneath his cap. You brought the box? Poirot held it out. First, the girl. Vale gestured towards the back of the chapel. A second figure emerged, Violet. She looked unharmed, though her hands were tied and a cloth had been around her mouth. Her eyes locked onto Poirot's with fierce intensity. Release her, Poirot said. Vale hesitated, then nodded. A third man appeared behind her. Dr. Vale. I stepped forward instinctively, but Poirot held me back. Let her go, Poirot said. Dr. Vale cut the bonds. Violet ran toward us. At the same moment, Vale stepped forward to take the box. He reached for it, and Poirot let it fall. It struck the ground with a loud crack. The lid burst open. Books spilled out. Vale's face turned red. You lied. Poirot stepped between him and the girl. No, monsieur, I protected what was sacred. You sought to weaponize history. Japp entered then with the constables, revolvers raised. Step away from them, he barked. Vale and his brother froze. It was over. By dawn, the brothers Vale had been arrested. Lawrence Carstairs was found attempting to burn correspondence that tied him to illicit artifact sales, evidence that would later place him as the middleman in the smuggling network. And Violet, though shaken, was whole. We gathered one last time in the drawing-room that morning. As sunlight pierced through, the grey Poirot sat calmly with his tea, Violet beside him. "You knew all along," she said. Poirot smiled. "I suspected. But you must understand, mademoiselle, truth does not always arrive in full bloom. Sometimes it trickles." She leaned back. "What was it they wanted? That scroll?" Poirot nodded. It contained the final passage of a forbidden rite, one that Vale believed could restore lost consciousness. He intended to sell it to a foreign agent, but Helena feared its misuse. So she set the trap. Poirot looked into his cup. Yes, and she paid the price. But the teacup? Merely symbolic. The poison was fear. The teacup was the stage. I looked at him. And the box? Poirot gestured to the fire, where it belongs, with the past. And so, another case closed. But as Poirot always said, mystery is eternal. Only our part in it ever changes. Chapter 7. The Web Unravelled. The morning after the arrest of Edward and Dr. Vale brought with it a palpable tension in Windermere Hall. The case, which had once seemed so tangled, now had the sharp clarity of a perfectly solved puzzle. Yet, as Poirot and I sat in the quiet dining-room, sipping our coffee, I could not shake the sense that something had been overlooked. "I have the distinct feeling," I said to Poirot, "that we have merely scratched the surface." Poirot looked up from his cup with a slight smile. "Your intuition, Hastings, is correct, but it is not the case that concerns me now. It is the question of why." I frowned. The Vales wanted the box. They wanted the power it represented, and they were willing to go to great lengths to obtain it. But that's a simple explanation, isn't it? "Ah, simple, yes," Poirot agreed, "but in my experience it is often the simplest explanations that are the least reliable. There is something more here, a deeper thread." I leaned back in my chair, still turning the events over in my mind. The Vales had been obsessed with the ancient scroll and the secrets it contained. Secrets that had led to Helena Carstairs' death. The notion of a forbidden rite had certainly captured their imagination. But why go to such lengths to keep it hidden? Why murder the woman who had brought the box into the light? It didn't add up. The riddle had been solved on the surface, but there was an undercurrent of something more sinister. Poirot stood and walked over to the window, where he stared out at the sprawling estate. I watched him for a moment before speaking again. "There's something we've missed." "Something about Lady Helena," I said slowly, my mind racing through the facts. "She knew about the powers within the box, didn't she?" "Indeed," Poirot replied, his voice quiet but firm. "Lady Helena understood more than the others. She had seen the damage that the box and its contents could cause, and she acted accordingly. But she did not act alone." I raised an eyebrow. "What do you mean?" Poirot turned to face me, his expression unusually serious. "You see, Hastings, there were others who sought to control the box. Those who believed it was not merely a relic, but a key to something greater, something powerful." My heart skipped a beat. "Who?" Poirot's gaze softened. "That, my friend, is the heart of the mystery. The true power behind the events that have unfolded is not the box itself, but the people who covet it." Later, that morning, Poirot requested that we visit the estate's library. A vast labyrinthine collection of books and manuscripts, some of which had been untouched for decades. It was there in the heart of the old manor, that we found something most curious. Lady Helena had been a historian of some renown, but her focus had always been on ancient civilizations, Egypt, Mesopotamia, and even the lost cultures of the Americas. Her private collection, however, had been far more eclectic. Among the shelves of rare books were volumes that spoke of occult practices, esoteric philosophies, and forgotten rites. It was a startling revelation, considering Helena had never mentioned such interests before her untimely demise. We pulled a large volume from the shelf and opened it to a random page. The text was archaic, the handwriting nearly illegible, but a few words caught my eye. The key to eternal life. Poirot, who had been perusing the shelf next to me, seemed to take little notice of the title. Instead, his eyes scanned the room carefully, as though searching for something. "What do you think, Hastings?" Poirot asked, his tone laced with suspicion. "Is this the work of a mere historian?" I looked up, a sense of unease creeping over me. "There's something odd about this, Poirot. The books, the hidden interests. Lady Helena was no ordinary historian. She was trying to uncover something more than just history. She was looking for a key." Poirot nodded, his face pensive. "Yes, a key. To what, exactly?" I closed the book with a snap, my mind racing. "You think someone was looking for the same thing she was?" Poirot's eyes flicked to the shelves, as though he could sense the presence of unseen answers in the air. The veils, no doubt. But they are not alone in their quest. There are others who have known of the box's existence, others who would do anything to control its power. I felt a shiver run down my spine. "And what do you propose we do?" Poirot turned to me, his face suddenly grave. "We must uncover the truth, Hastings, not merely about the murder of Lady Helena, but about the forces that led to her death. There is still a hidden power at play in this house." I nodded, though a part of me felt the familiar stirrings of doubt. The case had always seemed straightforward, but now, in the dim light of the library, it felt as though we were standing on the edge of a much larger mystery, one that extended far beyond the veils and their obsession with the ancient box. The next day, Poirot's suspicions were confirmed. A visitor arrived at Windermere Hall, a man whose presence could not have been more different from the charming but sinister Vale brothers. He was tall, dressed in a dark suit, and moved with an air of quiet authority. His name was Sir Charles Aubrey, a figure from Lady Helena's past, a man whose connection to her was shrouded in secrecy. "I'm afraid I've come at a difficult time," Sir Charles said with a measured smile, extending his hand to Poirot. "But I understand that you've been investigating the death of my dear friend." Poirot shook his hand, but his expression was guarded. "Indeed, Sir Charles, and I suspect that you may know more than you are letting on." Sir Charles raised an eyebrow, though his smile remained. "I assure you, Poirot, that I have no secrets to hide. But Lady Helena and I shared a long and complicated history. Her recent research, I believe, has led to far more dangerous territory than any of us could have predicted." "Dangerous territory?" Poirot repeated, leaning forward slightly. "What do you mean?" Sir Charles hesitated for a moment before answering. Lady Helena had been investigating the origins of an ancient cult, one that worshipped the gods of Egypt. She believed that the box held the key to unlocking their most potent ritual. Poirot's gaze sharpened. And what was this ritual? Sir Charles? Sir Charles's smile faltered slightly. I'm afraid I do not know the specifics, only that it was something of great power, a power that was not meant to be awakened. I warned her against it, but she was determined. I glanced at Poirot, who remained silent, absorbing Sir Charles's words with a quiet intensity. You believe this cult is responsible for her death? Poirot asked. Sir Charles nodded slowly. It is my belief that Lady Helena stumbled upon something far too dangerous. She had to be stopped. Poirot stood and paced across the room, his thoughts clearly turning over Sir Charles's words. I watched him closely, sensing that the true nature of the case was now beginning to unfold. So, you knew about the cult, Sir Charles? I asked. My curiosity piqued. I knew of it, Sir Charles replied, but I did not know its full extent until recently. Helena's research was far more in-depth than I had anticipated. She had uncovered the existence of a hidden sect, one that still operated in the shadows, using the box as a symbol of their influence. Poirot turned to face him, his expression hardening. And did you come here to warn us, Sir Charles? Or are you here for another reason? Sir Charles hesitated, his eyes flicking toward the door. I came to warn you, but I also came to see that the box remains in the right hands. I could see the tension in Poirot's posture. And who, Sir Charles, do you believe those right hands belong to? As Sir Charles's words hung in the air, the full weight of the mystery began to take shape. We were no longer dealing with a simple murder. We were dealing with something far darker, an ancient cult with a deadly purpose, and a box that held the power to unlock secrets that had been buried for centuries. Poirot's eyes narrowed as he processed the information, his mind working swiftly. We must act, Hastings, he said at last. The game has changed. We must uncover the full extent of this cult and ensure that its influence does not spread any further. As I watched Poirot prepare to investigate further, I knew that we had only just begun to unravel the tangled web that surrounded the Crimson Teacup. Chapter 8. The Cult of the Crimson Ritual. The morning fog had settled over Windermere Hall, blanketing the estate in a heavy, oppressive quiet. It was the kind of day that pressed on the mind, making everything seem both more fragile and more dangerous. As I walked alongside Poirot toward the study, I couldn't shake the feeling that the walls themselves were closing in on us. Sir Charles. Aubrey's words from yesterday still echoed in my mind. His revelation of the cult, the ancient power, and the sinister connection between Lady Helena and the shadowy sect. We had always known there was more to the mystery than a simple murder. But now, as Poirot's sharp eyes scanned the room for any new clues, it seemed that every piece of the puzzle was leading us toward a terrifying conclusion. The stakes had grown far higher than I had imagined. Poirot was uncharacteristically quiet as we entered the study, his mind clearly preoccupied. The air inside the room felt colder, as though the secrets of Windermere Hall had seeped into its very fabric. I watched him as he walked over to the desk, his fingers brushing over the array of letters and papers that still lay scattered across it. You believe Sir Charles, don't you? I asked, breaking the silence. About the cult and the power of the box? Poirot paused, his brow furrowing. I believe, Hastings, that Sir Charles is but a piece of the puzzle. A key figure, perhaps, but a figure nonetheless. There is more at play here than one man's obsession with power. I nodded, glancing at the sealed box still sitting at the centre of the room. The Vales had once believed it held untold secrets, but Lady Helena's research had clearly suggested otherwise. There was something deeper, something far darker. The fact that Sir Charles had been a part of her investigations only made matters more complicated. Poirot turned to me, his face serious. What we are dealing with here is not just an ordinary crime. This is a matter of influence, control and manipulation. The cult, this order, whatever it calls itself, is not interested in the box for its historical significance. They believe it holds the key to something much more powerful. A ritual that could alter the course of history. I shuddered at the thought. A ritual that could change history. It sounded like the fevered fantasies of a madman. But Poirot had always had a way of revealing the truth when others saw only chaos, and his certainty now was enough to give me pause. We must understand the cult, Hastings, not simply its rituals, but its reach, Poirot continued. Who else besides Sir Charles knew of Lady Helena's research? Who else might have been watching her? Someone who may have felt threatened by her findings. Someone with enough power to kill to keep those findings hidden. I followed Poirot's gaze as he walked over to a series of bookshelves lining the walls of the study. He began running his fingers over the spines of the volumes, stopping occasionally to pull out a book and glance through it. There was something meticulous about the way he worked, as if every piece of the library held some hidden truth waiting to be uncovered. "Poirot, what are you looking for?" I asked, growing curious. Poirot smiled, the faintest glint of excitement in his eyes. "I am searching, mon ami, for patterns. Something, perhaps, that the others have missed." Lady Helena's research was not simply about the box. It was about uncovering something far older. And to uncover the truth, we must first understand the symbols. I watched as Poirot flipped through a dusty tome, muttering to himself in French. The words were too technical for me to understand, but there was an urgency to his movements now, as if he had finally found the thread he had been searching for. "What is it, Poirot?" I asked, stepping closer. Poirot held up a page from the book, the faded ink revealing a series of symbols and sketches. At first glance, they seemed like random scribbles, but upon closer inspection, I could see that they resembled ancient Egyptian hieroglyphs, symbols I recognized from my studies of antiquities. The page depicted a ritual, a ceremonial process involving a box, a crimson liquid, and what appeared to be an offering to a god. "This, Hastings, is what Lady Helena discovered," Poirot said. "It is not a simple artifact or a historical curiosity. It is a key, perhaps the key to something far more dangerous." I stared at the page, my mind racing. "You think the cult is trying to replicate this ritual?" Poirot nodded. "Yes. They believe that by performing the ritual with the box, they can unlock a power older than any of us can comprehend. And they are willing to kill for it." Felt a wave of cold wash over me as the implications of his words settled in. The murder of Lady Helena Carstairs had been no accident. She had been silenced because she had uncovered something far too dangerous for anyone to control, and the Vales, who had been so desperate to keep the box, had been merely pawns in a much larger game. But there was one question that still nagged at me. If the cult is so powerful, Poirot, why hasn't it been discovered before now? I asked. Surely someone must have noticed their activities. Poirot's eyes narrowed, and he let out a soft sigh. That, mon ami, is where you are mistaken. The cult has been operating in the shadows for centuries. Its influence spread across powerful people and institutions. They have always worked in the background, pulling the strings without ever revealing themselves to the world. They are not interested in fame or notoriety. They are interested in control, and they have the means to keep their existence hidden. The weight of Poirot's words pressed heavily on me. The very idea that such a secret society could exist, hidden in plain sight, was both terrifying and thrilling. But we had no time to dwell on it. The trail was still fresh, and we had to follow it to its end, no matter where it led. That afternoon, Poirot insisted we speak with Sir Charles once more. Despite his previous assurances, Poirot was not convinced that Sir Charles had revealed everything he knew. There were too many contradictions in his story, and Poirot believed that Sir Charles was playing a dangerous game of his own. We found Sir Charles in the drawing-room, sitting by the fire with a glass of brandy in hand. He rose to greet us, his face smooth but with a slight tension in his posture. "Ah, Poirot," he said, his voice warm but guarded. "I trust you've had time to consider the information I provided yesterday. I hope it has helped your investigation." Poirot took a seat across from Sir Charles, his sharp gaze never leaving the man's face. "Indeed, Sir Charles, it has. But I find that there are still a few gaps in your story. You claim that you warned Lady Helena of the danger posed by the cult, but you have not explained why you were so eager to protect the box." Sir Charles stiffened, his hand tightening around the glass. "I have told you everything I know, Poirot. My concern was for Lady Helena's safety, nothing more." "But why, Sir Charles?" Poirot pressed. "Why were you so invested in keeping the box out of the wrong hands? What made you so certain that the cult would target it?" For a moment, Sir Charles said nothing. He stared into the fire, his expression unreadable. Then, with a sudden shift in demeanour, he turned to Poirot. "I didn't know who else to trust," he confessed quietly. "Lady Helena's research was not as innocent as she claimed. She was drawing closer to uncovering the truth. And the truth, Poirot, is something that no one can afford to know." I watched the exchange, sensing that we were finally getting to the heart of the matter. Sir Charles had been playing a dangerous game, and now it seemed that the stakes had become much higher. "You have been keeping secrets from us, Sir Charles," Poirot said softly, "and it is these secrets that have led us to this point." Sir Charles looked up at Poirot, his eyes filled with a mixture of fear and determination. "I did what I had to do, Poirot, for the greater good. But you don't understand the true danger of what you're dealing with. If the box falls into the wrong hands, it could change everything." Poirot's face remained unreadable as he studied Sir Charles, but I could see the glimmer of recognition in his eyes. The pieces of the puzzle were beginning to fall into place, and soon we would have the answers we had been searching for. Chapter 9. The Crimson Revelation. It was late evening before Poirot finally decided to speak with Lady Aubrey. After Sir Charles's unnerving admission, I could feel the weight of the investigation pressing upon us more than ever. We were close, so close to understanding what had driven the tragic events of the last few days. Yet each new piece seemed to complicate the matter further. The secretive cult, the ancient ritual, the deadly power of the box. It was as though we were racing against an unseen force, one that could stop at nothing to achieve its goal. The auburn glow of the setting sun filtered through the heavy curtains of Windmere Hall as Poirot sat back in his chair, his hands steepled in front of him. His expression was calm, but I could see the sharp focus in his eyes. "We are at a crossroads, Hastings," Poirot said, breaking the silence. "The key to this mystery is not in the physical world, but in the minds of those who seek the box's power. The cult has operated in the shadows for far too long, and now they believe the time has come to make their move." I nodded, though I was still struggling to comprehend the magnitude of what Poirot was saying. This was no longer a simple murder case. It was a game of minds, a battle for control over an ancient power, one that could reshape the world as we knew it. "We must confront Lady Aubrey," Poirot continued, his voice steady. "She knows more than she has let on, and I believe she holds the final piece of the puzzle." Lady Aubrey was the last person we had yet to question in full. We had avoided speaking with her directly for as long as we could, partly because she had been inconsolable over the death of her sister, but also because there had been something about her that made us wary. Her aloofness, her cold exterior, and the way she seemed to distance herself from the events unfolding at Windmere Hall. They were signs of a woman hiding something. That evening, as we made our way to the drawing-room where Lady Aubrey had requested to meet us, I couldn't help but feel a growing unease. I had learned long ago that Poirot's hunches were rarely wrong, but that didn't mean I was any less anxious about what we might uncover in this final confrontation. Lady Aubrey sat near the fire when we entered the room, her back straight and her posture immaculate. She looked the picture of elegance, as though nothing in the world could disturb her composed facade. When she saw us, she rose slowly, her face unreadable. "Ah, Monsieur Poirot, Captain Hastings," she said, her voice cool but polite. "I trust you have found everything to your satisfaction." Poirot studied her for a moment, his eyes narrowing slightly. "I fear, madame, that our investigation has only led to more questions. You see, there is much that I believe you know, but have yet to share with us." Lady Aubrey's lips curled into a small smile, but it didn't reach her eyes. "I have already told you all I know, Poirot. My sister's research was hers alone, and I have no interest in the matters that troubled her." I could see Poirot's mind working, his thoughts flicking from one possibility to the next. He wasn't one to be easily fooled, and I could tell that he was already picking up on the subtle inconsistencies in Lady Aubrey's words. "There is one thing that I cannot understand, madame," Poirot said, his voice soft but insistent. "Why did you and your sister never mention the box in your correspondence with your late husband?" Lady Aubrey froze for a brief moment, and it was enough to confirm Poirot's suspicion. She had been hiding something, and it was something far more important than she had let on. "You see," Poirot continued, "I have discovered that the box was not simply a historical curiosity, as you would have us believe. It is much more than that. It is a key to a ritual that could alter the very fabric of power in this world." Lady Aubrey's expression shifted. For a split second, I saw a flicker of fear in her eyes, before it was quickly replaced by the same practiced calm. She turned to face the fire, as though contemplating her next words carefully. "You are mistaken, Poirot," she said, her voice now tinged with something colder than before. "You have no idea what you are dealing with." Poirot's gaze never left her. "Madame, I believe I do. You see, this box, this ancient artifact, is not just a symbol of power. It is a weapon, and I believe that your sister, Lady Helena, uncovered its true purpose. She was close to discovering something that you and others were determined to keep hidden." Lady Aubrey's fingers tightened around the arm of her chair, but she gave no other indication of being affected by Poirot's words. Instead, she spoke again, this time with a steely resolve. "You are wrong, Poirot. My sister's death was not tied to the box. It was the result of her own obsession, her own foolishness. She refused to let go of something that was never meant to be understood, and that is why she had to die." The calmness of her tone chilled me. Here was a woman who was not only unafraid of what had happened, but one who seemed almost proud of it. But Poirot was not fooled. He leaned forward slightly, his eyes locking onto hers with a focused intensity. "You speak of your sister's death as though it was inevitable," Poirot said. "But I do not believe it was. There is more. To this, madame, far more than you are willing to admit." Lady Aubrey's lips trembled, and for the first time I saw something shift behind her eyes. It was not fear, nor regret, but something darker, something cold. She had been hiding the truth from us all along, and Poirot was about to unearth it. "I suggest, madame," Poirot said softly, "that you tell me what you know of the ritual that your sister was researching, the one that you and others sought to protect, the one that is the key to understanding this entire mystery." Lady Aubrey turned sharply to face him, her gaze sharp and unyielding. "You have no idea what you are asking, Poirot," she said, her voice suddenly low and dangerous. "The ritual is not meant for your kind. You would never understand it. It is not meant for people like you." Poirot did not flinch. He met her gaze with the same calm assurance he always did. "Perhaps not. But I do understand one thing, madam. The box must not fall into the wrong hands. I will not allow it to be used for purposes that could destroy everything we hold dear." Tense silence stretched between them, but it was broken by a sudden sound from the doorway. I turned to see the figure of Sir Charles Aubrey standing in the doorway, his expression grave. "What is going on here?" he demanded, his voice tense with concern. "What are you accusing my wife of, Poirot?" Poirot turned to face him, his eyes sharp. "I am not accusing anyone, Sir Charles. I am simply seeking the truth. Lady Aubrey has been hiding something from us, a truth about the ritual that could explain everything." Sir Charles's face darkened, and for a moment I thought he might lash out. But then, with an almost imperceptible sigh, he stepped into the room, his eyes shifting between his wife and Poirot. "I think it's time, then," Sir Charles said, his voice low. "Time for you to understand the full extent of what we have all been trying to prevent." Lady Aubrey's face tightened, but she said nothing. It was clear now that the situation was much more dangerous than we had first imagined. The ritual, the cult, the box. They were all connected, and the truth was more terrifying than I could have ever predicted. Chapter 10. The Final Unveiling. The drawing room of Windmere Hall felt colder than ever. The fire that had once crackled merrily in the hearth now seemed like an insignificant flicker, an almost mocking contrast to the tension hanging in the room. Lady Aubrey stood near the grand window, her back straight, her hands clasped tightly together. Sir Charles was beside her, his once imposing figure now strangely deflated, as if the weight of his secrets was beginning to crush him. Poirot, ever the picture of calm, surveyed them both with his usual intensity, his sharp eyes missing nothing. I stood by the door, unsure of what I had just heard, yet knowing in my bones that this was the moment when everything would finally fall into place. "What do you mean, Sir Charles?" Poirot's voice broke the silence, calm yet insistent. "Time for us to understand what?" Sir Charles hesitated. His fingers twitched, a nervous gesture, but his voice was steady when he spoke. "Time for you to understand the truth about the box, and what it represents." Poirot's eyes narrowed, but he gave no verbal response, simply nodding for Sir Charles to continue. The room was thick with anticipation, as the last pieces of the puzzle seemed to hover just out of reach. Lady Aubrey, who had not spoken a word since Poirot's questioning, now turned to face us. The coldness in her eyes had not diminished, but there was something different, something far more calculating in her gaze. She knew the moment of truth had come, and there would be no more lies to hide behind. "The box, Poirot," she said, her voice smooth but tinged with an emotion I could not quite place, "was never meant to be found." Poirot's expression remained unchanged, but there was a flicker in his eyes, a sharpness to his gaze that suggested he knew more than he was letting on. "You speak of the box as if it were an object of great power, madam," he said, "but you also speak as if it were something to be hidden, something dangerous. Tell me, Lady Aubrey, what is it that you and your late sister truly discovered?" For the first time, a hint of unease crossed Lady Aubrey's face, though she quickly masked it. Her composure wavered just slightly. "My sister," she trailed off, her voice faltering. "My sister was obsessed with it. She believed it held the key to something greater, something that could change everything. She became consumed by it." Poirot tilted his head, his fingers steepled in front of him. "Consumed by it? But why? What did she think it would bring? Power? Immortality?" Lady Aubrey's gaze flickered towards Sir Charles, and for a brief moment it felt as though the two were engaged in some silent conversation, one I couldn't quite decipher. Finally, she spoke again, her voice low but deliberate. "The box," she said slowly, "is part of something much older than we could ever have imagined, something that has been buried for centuries, hidden from the world. The box itself is a key, yes, a key to a hidden truth. And my sister, she believed that truth would give her everything she wanted." I could feel Poirot's mind racing. He was absorbing every word, dissecting the hidden meaning in Lady Aubrey's statements. "What truth, madame?" he asked, his voice firm. "Now, what did she believe the box would reveal?" Lady Aubrey's lips pressed together, her hands trembling ever so slightly. She clearly struggled with what she was about to say. as though the truth was something that had festered within her for too long. "The truth of an ancient cult," she finally whispered. "A cult that once ruled over vast empires, one that has remained hidden for centuries. They believed that the box could unlock the power of the universe, control over time, over reality itself, and they thought that only those worthy of its secrets could possess it." I glanced at Poirot, who had been listening intently. His face was impassive, but I could tell that he was now fully engaged with what Lady Aubrey was saying. This was not just an ordinary mystery. It was something much larger, much more dangerous. "The cult?" Poirot repeated, his tone careful, as if weighing each word. "And you and your sister were involved with them?" Lady Aubrey flinched, her shoulders tensing at the mention of the cult. "No, not involved," she insisted quickly. "But we discovered it. We stumbled upon the records, the ancient writings that spoke of the cult's rituals and their beliefs. Helena, my sister, became obsessed with it, convinced that she could use the box to harness the power they once held. And you?" Poirot's question was sharp, probing. "What did you think? Did you believe in this cult and its power?" Lady Aubrey's gaze wavered, and for the first time I saw a crack in her icy demeanour. I was afraid. I knew what it could do, what it could mean for the world. That's why I wanted to stop Helena. That's why I tried to keep her from going further, but—" She paused, her voice faltering. "But it was too late." Poirot's eyes softened for a moment, a flicker of understanding passing through them. He could see the struggle in her, the guilt she was carrying, but there was something else, something even darker, that Poirot knew would soon come to light. "What happened to your sister, Lady Aubrey?" Poirot asked, his voice calm but insistent. "You say it was too late? Too late for what?" Lady Aubrey's face twisted in pain, and she lowered her gaze as if the weight of her own confession was too much to bear. "Helena died because of the ritual," she whispered. "She wasn't meant to survive it. It consumed her, just as it consumes everyone who tries to harness its power. She thought she could control it, but in the end, it controlled her." A chill ran down my spine as I looked at Poirot. He was silent for a long moment, but I could see the wheels turning in his mind. The pieces were coming together now, the mystery of the box, the cult, and the terrible truth that Lady Aubrey had been concealing from us. It was all beginning to make sense. "But why, madame?" Poirot asked, his voice softer now. "Why did you not tell us this sooner? Why did you hide it from us?" Lady Aubrey's lips tightened, and her hands clenched into fists at her sides. "Because I had to protect myself," she said, her voice low but filled with a mixture of fear and defiance. "I knew what the cult could do if they found out that I knew their secret. They would have come for me, just as they came for Helena. And now—" She trailed off, her eyes darting nervously toward the door. "Now it's too late. They're already here." Poirot's eyes narrowed. "The cult is here?" he asked sharply. "Where?" Lady Aubrey shook her head, her expression a mix of dread and resignation. "They've been watching us, Poirot. They've been waiting for the right moment, and I fear that moment has come." At that, a loud crash echoed through the hall, a sound that seemed to reverberate through the very walls of Winmere Hall. The windows rattled, and for a moment I thought I could hear footsteps, distant but growing nearer. Poirot's eyes flicked toward the door, his face unreadable. "It seems," he said quietly, "that we are about to face the truth in full. And, madame, I believe you may be the only one who can help us understand what happens next." Chapter 11. The Final Reckoning. The storm outside had grown fiercer. The wind howled through the trees surrounding Windermere Hall, and the rain battered against the windows with a relentless fury. Yet inside there was a strange stillness, a quiet that pressed against the chest like the calm before a tempest. Poirot stood motionless by the fireplace, his hands clasped behind his back, his eyes studying the flickering flames as if they held the key to the unfolding mystery. I could feel the weight of the moment bearing down on us, the knowledge that we were about to uncover something that would change everything. I turned to Lady Aubrey, who had been standing by the window, her face pale and drawn. Her eyes darted nervously to the door, as though she expected someone or something to burst through it at any moment. Poirot had asked her to remain in the drawing-room, and though she had agreed, I could sense her anxiety. She was no longer the composed woman I had seen earlier. Now she was a woman undone by the very secrets she had tried to protect. The silence stretched on, thick and oppressive. I could hear the sound of my own heartbeat, each thud a reminder that this was the moment we had been waiting for, the moment when everything would be revealed. Poirot, ever the master of composure, broke the silence first. "We are at the end, mon ami," he said, his voice low but certain. "The truth is about to come to light, and you, Lady Aubrey, will help us understand what has been hidden all these years." Lady Aubrey took a deep breath, her hands trembling as she clutched the edge of the table before her. She did not respond immediately, but I could see the internal struggle playing out on her face. She had already told us of the cult, of her sister's obsession with the box, and the ritual that had cost her life. But there was more, much more, and I knew Poirot would not stop until he had uncovered every last detail. Lady Aubrey began, her voice faltering. "I never wanted any of this. I never wanted to be involved in something so—" She swallowed hard, struggling to find the words. "So dangerous." Poirot turned his gaze to her, his expression unreadable. "It is not about what you wanted, madame. It is about what has already happened. The truth will come to light, whether you wish it or not." The door to the drawing-room suddenly opened, and a figure stepped inside. It was Sir Charles, his face ashen, his eyes wide with fear. He looked every bit the man on the verge of collapse, as though he had just seen a ghost, or worse, something far more sinister. "Poirot!" Sir Charles's voice was strained, his breath coming in short gasps. "They've come! The cult! They're here!" A chill ran down my spine. I exchanged a quick glance with Poirot, who, to my surprise, did not seem particularly alarmed. He simply turned to Sir Charles with that same calm, measured gaze that never wavered, even in the face of the most dire circumstances. "Ah, I see," Poirot said softly. "It seems our time has come sooner than expected. Please, Sir Charles, tell us exactly what has happened." Sir Charles took a step forward, his hands trembling. "They've broken into the house. They have the box. I don't know how they got in, but they're here. They've come for it and for us." Poirot's eyes narrowed slightly. his fingers steepled before him as he processed the information. I could sense his mind working quickly, piecing together the puzzle in ways that were still beyond my understanding. "We must act quickly," Poirot said, his voice firm. "Lady Aubrey, you must tell us everything you know about the cult and what they intend to do with the box." Lady Aubrey's expression had shifted from anxiety to something more resolute. She stood up straighter, as if gathering the strength to face what had come. "I've told you what I know," she said, her voice steady now. "But there is one thing you must understand. The cult is not just any group. They are powerful, far more powerful than you can imagine. They believe the box can unlock something that should never be unlocked." I could feel a knot tightening in my stomach. I had known from the beginning that this mystery was no ordinary crime. But now, with the cult at the door, it seemed that we were caught in the web of something much darker than I could have ever anticipated. Poirot's gaze was fixed on Lady Aubrey, his expression unwavering. "And what is it that the box will unlock, madam? What is so dangerous that they are willing to kill for it?" Lady Aubrey's lips parted, but before she could speak, there was a loud crash from the hallway. The sound of boots stomping across the floor echoed through the house, and I knew that we were no longer in control of the situation. The cult had arrived. Poirot motioned for us to remain quiet as he moved toward the door, his movements slow and deliberate. He was not a man who rushed into danger, but rather one who faced it with unshakable calm. I followed him, my heart racing in my chest, as we made our way toward the source of the noise. As we approached the hallway, the sound of voices grew louder. Deep, guttural voices filled with menace. There was a sense of urgency in their movements, as though they were searching for something or someone. Poirot held up his hand, signalling for us to stop. He stood at the edge of the hallway, his eyes scanning the scene ahead. I could feel the tension building, the air thick with anticipation. This was the moment when everything would either be resolved or spiral into chaos. The cultists were gathered in the main hall, their backs to us. They were dressed in dark robes, their faces obscured by hoods. The box, the object of so much mystery and desire, was placed in the center of the room, glowing faintly with an eerie light. Poirot stepped forward, his voice cutting through the tension. "Gentlemen," he said, his tone calm but firm, "I believe you have something that does not belong to you." The cultists turned at the sound of his voice, their eyes flashing with fury. But Poirot was unfazed, standing tall with the quiet authority that always seemed to hold sway over even the most dangerous situations. "You," one of the cultists snarled, "you are too late. The box is ours. You will never understand its power." Poirot's expression remained unchanged. "Ah, but you are wrong, mon ami. I do understand. You see, the true power of the box is not in what it can unlock, but in what it can reveal. The truth, hidden for centuries, is now within your grasp. But be careful. The truth is a dangerous thing." For a moment, the room was silent. The cultists exchanged uneasy glances, their confidence beginning to falter. It was clear that Poirot's words had struck a chord. He had always been a master at exploiting the weaknesses in people's psyches, and now, with the cultists on edge, it seemed he was about to deliver the final blow. Lady Aubrey, who had followed us into the hallway, stepped forward, her voice trembling but determined. "It's over," she said, her eyes fixed on the box. "You won't be able to control it. The truth it reveals will destroy you." The cultists looked at her, their expressions hardening. But Poirot stepped forward, placing a hand on her shoulder. "Madame is correct," he said softly. "The box will not grant you what you seek. It will only reveal your darkest secrets, and you will not be able to escape them." One of the cultists raised his hand, his eyes filled with hatred. "Enough!" he shouted. "We will not be intimidated by your words." Poirot's gaze never wavered. "Then you will learn in time that the truth is far more powerful than any box or any man." With those final words, Poirot turned toward the cultists, his mind already working to piece together the final steps of the mystery. The game was over. The truth would be revealed. Chapter 12. The Revelation of the Crimson Teacup. The silence in the grand hall was unbearable. Every sound seemed amplified. My breath, the slow tick of the clock on the mantelpiece, even the distant roar of the storm outside. The air was thick with the anticipation of the final revelation, the moment when the puzzle would be solved, and all the hidden truths would be laid bare. Poirot stood at the centre of the room, his eyes never leaving the box that lay before us. It was the focal point of all our efforts, the source of so much intrigue and danger. The cultists, now subdued by the realization that their carefully constructed facades were crumbling, stood in a loose circle around it, their faces twisted with both fear and defiance. Lady Aubrey had remained silent since the last exchange, her face a mask of both dread and resolve. She knew, as we all did, that the moment of reckoning had arrived. "Do you see, my friends?" Poirot's voice broke through the tension, cool and measured. "This box, this object of your obsession, is not what you believed it to be. It is nothing more than a symbol of your folly." The cultists exchanged uncertain glances. They had believed until this very moment that they were in control, but Poirot's calm certainty had unravelled their confidence like a thread being pulled from a tightly woven fabric. I couldn't help but notice the way they shifted under his gaze, as though they had expected something more, something grander or more mystical, but had found themselves facing the cold logic of Poirot's mind instead. It was the ultimate irony. They had come seeking power, but instead they had met their intellectual equal, and in doing so had become ensnared in their own web of deceit. "The power of the box is not in what it holds," Poirot continued, his voice unshaken, "but in what it reveals. It is a mirror, one that reflects the darkest desires, the deepest secrets of those who seek to control it. And it has shown you for what you truly are." Lady Aubrey stepped forward, her voice trembling but resolute. "I never wanted this, I never wanted to be involved in their madness," she confessed. "But I was drawn in by my sister, by the power of the box, by the promise of knowledge." Poirot gave her a measured look. "Madame, you are not alone in your folly. All of you, each one, believed that the box would grant you power. And yet, what has it done? It has exposed your weakness, your inability to confront the truth of your own actions." I could see the cultists fidgeting, their anger rising, but Poirot's presence was unshakable. He had a way of cutting through their bravado, of getting to the heart of the matter with unerring precision. "The box does not hold the key to some ancient mystery," Poirot said, his voice now carrying an almost triumphant ring. "The mystery was never in the box itself, but in the minds of those who sought it. The truth has been hiding in plain sight all along." The room seemed to hold its breath as Poirot moved toward the box. His steps were deliberate, each one measured, as though he was walking in a space that required the utmost care. He reached for the box, lifting it with both hands, and placed it gently on the table before us. "Inside this box you will not find power," Poirot said, his eyes locking with each cultist in turn. "You will find only a reflection of your own deceit." There was a collective gasp from the cultists as Poirot slowly opened the box, revealing its contents. But it was not what they had expected. There were no mystical artifacts, no ancient scrolls, no secrets of the universe waiting to be unlocked. Inside the box there was only a small, delicate teacup, a crimson teacup, no larger than the palm of Poirot's hand. The sight of the teacup sent a ripple of confusion through the group. It was not what they had anticipated, not the treasure they had been promised. For a moment the room was filled with a stunned silence. Poirot, however, was unfazed. "Do you see? This teacup is not just a mere object. It is a symbol, one that represents everything you have sought and failed to attain." The cultists were speechless. They had believed in the box's power, but they had been blind to its true purpose. The teacup, with its simple elegance, was the key to understanding the entire mystery. "You see," Poirot continued, his tone shifting slightly, "the real mystery was never the box itself. It was the way in which you all became obsessed with it, the way in which you allowed it to shape your actions, to drive you to madness. The teacup is a symbol of your misplaced priorities, your inability to see what was right before you." Lady Aubrey took a step forward, her eyes fixed on the teacup. "But what does it mean?" she asked, her voice almost pleading. Poirot turned to her, his expression softening slightly. "It is a symbol of the illusion of control. You believed that by possessing the box, you could unlock something greater, something beyond your reach. But all you succeeded in doing was to lose sight of the truth." I could see the understanding slowly dawning on the cultists, their faces shifting from anger to bewilderment, then to something closer to regret. It was clear that they had been caught in a trap of their own making, ensnared by their desire for power and knowledge, only to find that the very thing they had sought was nothing more than a reflection of their own failings. Poirot's gaze shifted to me, and I saw the flicker of triumph in his eyes. The puzzle had been solved, the pieces had fallen into place, and the truth was now exposed. But there was still one final step to take. "Now, mon ami," Poirot said, his voice steady but with an undertone of finality, "it is time for us to take action. We must deal with the consequences of the truth." The room had grown colder, and I could feel the weight of the moment pressing down on me. The cultists, now understanding the full extent of their folly, stood in stunned silence. Lady Aubrey, too, seemed to realize that the answers they had sought for so long were not the ones they had expected. Poirot, ever the master of psychological deduction, turned to the leader of the cultists, a man whose face was now pale and drawn, His earlier arrogance had evaporated, replaced by the stark realization that he had been outsmarted at every turn. "You and your followers," Poirot said, his voice cutting through the silence, "have been chasing a shadow. But the truth, as always, is far simpler than you believed." The leader of the cultists, now trembling, took a step back. You don't understand," he muttered, his voice shaking. "You don't know what the box can do." Poirot's gaze hardened. "I know exactly what the box can do. It can show you the truth, and that is a power that no one can control." The room was filled with an eerie stillness as Poirot took a step closer to the cultist leader. "You will leave here, and you will never return. The box will remain in the hands of those who understand its true purpose, and you will answer for your crimes." The leader of the cultists nodded mutely, his face contorted with fear and regret. Without a word, he turned and began to shuffle toward the door, his followers trailing behind him in stunned silence. As the last of the cultists left, Poirot turned to Lady Aubrey. "Madame, the truth has been revealed," he said, his voice soft but firm. "The box will no longer hold power over you." She nodded, her eyes brimming with tears. "Thank you, Poirot," she whispered. "Thank you for saving me." Poirot gave her a small, almost imperceptible smile. "It was not I who saved you, madam. It was your own courage in facing the truth that has freed you." As the door closed behind the last of the cultists, I felt a sense of closure, of finality. The mystery had been solved, the secrets had been exposed, and justice had been served. But I knew, deep down, that Poirot would never rest on his laurels. There would always be another puzzle, another mind to unravel, another case to solve. But for now, the case of the Crimson Teacup was finished, and the storm outside had begun to subside. Chapter 13. The Unravelling of Truths. The storm had subsided, but a certain tension still lingered in the air. The mystery of the Crimson Teacup was now behind us, its secrets revealed, its truth exposed. But for Poirot, there was always a lingering sense that something was still amiss, a feeling that the final threads had yet to be completely untangled. I, on the other hand, could not shake the impression that we had only just begun to understand the depths of the deception that had surrounded us. We sat in the study of Lady Aubrey's grand house, the atmosphere heavy with the weight of what had transpired. The fire in the hearth crackled softly, casting long shadows on the walls, while the faint sound of rain against the windows provided a constant reminder of the chaos that had just passed. But in this room there was only silence. Silent, except for the occasional soft murmur of Poirot as he sat contemplating. "Poirot," I said, breaking the quiet, "do you believe that we have truly uncovered everything?" He looked up from his chair, his eyes sharp and focused. "My friend, I never believe that a case is fully solved until every single piece has fallen into place." "But surely," I pressed, "we have solved the mystery of the teacup. The cultists have been dealt with, and the box, its true nature exposed." Poirot gave a small, almost imperceptible shake of his head. "Ah, but, Hastings, there are always more layers to a mystery. The box, the cultists, the teacup, they were simply the surface. The real question, mon ami, lies beneath." I raised an eyebrow, confused. "What do you mean?" Poirot leaned forward, his gaze piercing. "Lady Aubrey," he said, turning his eyes to her, "is not the only one with secrets, is she?" I looked at Lady Aubrey, who was sitting by the window, her face pale and strained. She seemed lost in thought, her eyes distant. I had known her to be shaken by the events, but I had never seen her look so unsettled. "What do you mean by that, Poirot?" I asked, feeling a growing sense of unease. Poirot turned back to me, his expression unreadable. "There is more to this story than meets the eye, and the key to unravelling the final mystery lies in the truth about the Crimson Teacup." I frowned, not entirely understanding. But the teacup was just a symbol, wasn't it? The cultists believed it to be an object of power, but it was nothing more than a reflection of their own desires. "Exactly," Poirot said, his voice low and thoughtful. "But what if the teacup was not just a symbol for the cultists? What if it is a symbol for something greater?" I felt a shiver run down my spine. "What do you mean?" Poirot's gaze softened slightly as he looked at Lady Aubrey. "Madam, you were involved with the cult for many years, were you not?" Lady Aubrey stiffened at the question, her fingers tightening around the delicate china teacup she had been absent-mindedly holding. She remained silent for a long moment before finally answering. "Yes," she said quietly, her voice filled with sorrow. "I was, but I never believed in their madness. I never believed in the power they thought the box held. Yet you did believe in something, did you not?" Poirot pressed, his eyes narrowing slightly. "You believed in the possibility of something greater, something beyond the ordinary world." Lady Aubrey's eyes flickered with something, hint of shame perhaps, or something deeper. I wanted to believe that there was something more to life than what we can see, something beyond the mundane." Poirot nodded slowly, understanding in his gaze. "That is precisely what they wanted you to believe, madam. They preyed on your desires, on your longing for something greater, and in doing so, they led you down a dangerous path." Lady Aubrey's eyes lowered, and for a moment I saw a flash of regret cross her face. She opened her mouth to speak, but was interrupted by Poirot's next words. "The cultists were not the only ones involved in this, were they, madam? You had other motives, other reasons for your involvement." Lady Aubrey's face paled, and she looked at Poirot in shock. "What do you mean?" Poirot stood, his back straight, his eyes focused with laser precision. "The box, the Crimson Teacup, the cult, they were distractions. The real motive lies deeper, in the connections you have tried to hide. The connections between you and the people in your past." Lady Aubrey's face tightened, and I could see the walls she had carefully built around herself beginning to crack. She rose from her seat, her voice trembling. "You're wrong," she said, her hands shaking. "I never wanted any of this. I never wanted to hurt anyone." Poirot took a step closer, his voice gentle but firm. "It is not about what you wanted, madam. It is about what you allowed to happen. The truth is, you were complicit in something much greater than a simple cult. You were involved in a scheme that stretches far beyond these walls." I was stunned. What was Poirot suggesting? Could Lady Aubrey, so innocent-seeming, really have been part of a larger conspiracy? Her eyes, filled with both confusion and pain, told me that she had no idea what Poirot was alluding to, but I could sense that the moment of revelation was fast approaching. Poirot turned to me then, his voice steady. "Hastings, we must delve deeper into the past of Lady Aubrey. For the answers we seek lie in the shadows of her life, hidden away for far too long." As Poirot's words hung in the air, I felt a chill in the pit of my stomach. What had Lady Aubrey been involved in? And more importantly, what was Poirot about to uncover? Chapter 14. Beneath the Surface of Deception. The storm had passed, but its echoes still reverberated in the rooms of Lady Aubrey's house. It had been hours since Poirot had dropped his final bombshell, hours that seemed to stretch endlessly as we awaited the truth, as if we were all trapped in the thick fog of deception that Poirot had so masterfully uncovered. The events that had unfolded left me with an unsettling feeling, one that lingered like the faintest trace of perfume in the air, clinging to the walls of the grand house. I sat by the fireplace, my thoughts a muddled mess, as Poirot methodically examined the room for any detail that could prove to be significant. He had grown quiet, his eyes narrowing as he looked around the room, scrutinizing every corner as if searching for something that the rest of us had failed to see. The flickering light of the fire cast long shadows on the walls, amplifying the sense of mystery that seemed to hang thickly in the air. Lady Aubrey had withdrawn to her study, still reeling from Poirot's sharp words. I could sense her guilt, her unease, but I also knew that there was something more to this than her mere involvement in a cult. Poirot's suspicions had led us here, to this critical juncture, but I had the feeling that we were far from the end of our journey. Poirot, ever the perfectionist, paced around the room, his sharp mind working through the puzzle in front of him. He was lost in his thoughts, as he often was when grappling with a mystery that required every ounce of his extraordinary intellect. I decided to speak up. "Poirot," I said, my voice tentative, "do you truly think that Lady Aubrey is involved in something far darker than what we've already uncovered?" Poirot stopped his pacing and turned to face me, his expression unreadable. "Ah, mon ami, you still do not see it, do you? The connections that have been hidden so well, so skillfully concealed." I furrowed my brow, trying to make sense of his words. "What do you mean? What connections?" Poirot's gaze shifted towards the fireplace, his eyes reflecting the dancing flames. "The box, Hastings, the crimson teacup, the cultists, these are only the surface. The true motives, the true nature of the conspiracy go much deeper than any of us could have imagined." I leaned forward, my curiosity piqued. "But why would Lady Aubrey—" "She is not the only one involved," Poirot interrupted, his voice filled with quiet certainty. "She may have been the catalyst, but there are others who have been playing their part in this grand web of deception." I swallowed, feeling a cold shiver run down my spine. "So, you're saying this goes beyond her, beyond the cultists?" Poirot nodded. "Exactly. The cultists were but pawns in a much larger game, and it is that game which we must now uncover." Shook my head, struggling to keep up. "But who are the other players? Who else could be involved?" Poirot's eyes gleamed with a mixture of focus and determination. "The answer lies in the past, mon ami. Lady Aubrey's life, her family, these are the threads we must follow. For in the secrets of her ancestry, we will find the true motive, the real reason behind the cult and its obsession with the crimson teacup. I leaned back in my chair, trying to absorb Poirot's words. My mind raced. Lady Aubrey had always been an enigma, her past a shadowy realm I had not dared to explore. But now, it seemed, the key to this entire mystery lay in that very past. The questions that had lingered for so long, about the teacup, about the cult, about Lady Aubrey's role in it all, were beginning to come into sharper focus. "What do you suggest we do next?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. Poirot's lips curled into a slight smile, his confidence unwavering. "We visit Lady Aubrey's estate, Hastings. We search for the hidden truths that lie buried beneath her family's legacy." Chapter 15. The Hidden Past. The wind howled outside, a reminder of the storm that had left its mark on the night. Yet within the grand, imposing walls of Lady Aubrey's estate, there was only an unsettling silence. The echoes of Poirot's revelations still hung in the air, their weight pressing down on each of us. The house felt colder now, more like a mausoleum than the home of a lady of such high society. Poirot and I stood in the hallway, the dimly lit space reflecting our own unease. There were no servants to be seen, no maids bustling about to attend to the needs of their mistress. It was as if the house itself had grown still in response to the secrets buried within its walls. "Poirot, where do we begin?" I asked, breaking the silence. My voice felt too loud in the empty space, yet it seemed necessary to fill the void. The house felt oppressive, as if it had absorbed every piece of gossip and scandal that had ever been whispered within its halls. Poirot paused, his sharp eyes scanning the surroundings with a careful precision. "The past, Hastings. The past is where we will find the answers we seek." I nodded, though my thoughts were scattered. What could we possibly discover in Lady Aubrey's past that would explain the current chaos? I had always known there was something elusive about her, a certain distance in her demeanour. But a connection to cults, hidden motives, and the crimson teacup? That was a level of complexity that even I hadn't been prepared for. Poirot moved towards the staircase, his movements deliberate, his mind clearly already working ahead of us. "Come, Hastings, we must speak with Lady Aubrey's solicitor. He will have the records we need." The solicitor's office was located at the far end of the estate, a dark-panelled room with towering bookshelves and a large desk covered in paperwork. The room reeked of old leather and dust, the kind of place where secrets were kept under lock and key. It seemed to reflect the gravity of the task before us, uncovering the hidden truth of Lady Aubrey's lineage. We were greeted by the solicitor, a man of considerable age and silvering hair. His sharp features made him seem severe, but there was a tiredness in his eyes that spoke of long years spent in service to a family whose secrets were not easily uncovered. He offered us seats as he prepared to answer our questions. "Gentlemen, I must admit I am unsure of the nature of your inquiry," the solicitor began, his voice cautious, as if weighing each word before speaking it aloud. "Lady Aubrey has always been a private person, but I assure you her family history is unblemished." Poirot, as always, was direct. "Unblemished, you say? That is not what I have discovered, monsieur. I believe there are details in Lady Aubrey's past that she has kept hidden, perhaps even from herself. The solicitor's eyes flickered with something, fear, perhaps, or realization. He hesitated, as if unsure whether to proceed, but Poirot, in his inimitable way, exuded such quiet authority that the man quickly gave in. "I must warn you," he began, lowering his voice as if afraid someone might overhear. "There are certain matters that are not for the public's knowledge. The Aubrey family has been involved in certain practices for generations, practices that some might deem controversial." My eyebrows furrowed. "Controversial?" I echoed. "What kind of practices?" The solicitor sighed deeply, pushing his glasses up his nose. "It's not my place to speak on such matters, but I can give you access to the family records. Perhaps that will shed some light on what you're searching for." Poirot nodded. "That is all we need, monsieur." The solicitor hesitated, then retrieved a large leather-bound ledger from a shelf. He set it down before Poirot, the weight of it making a quiet thud in the otherwise still room. As Poirot flipped through the pages, his expression remained unreadable. I leaned forward, watching as Poirot's eyes scanned the old records with the intensity of a man studying a map that would lead him to buried treasure. "It is all here," Poirot murmured under his breath, his finger tracing the lines of text. "The Aubrey family's history is filled with mystery, with secrets that have been carefully guarded over the years." I leaned over his shoulder to read, though the writing was small and difficult to make out. The family history was like a tapestry of wealth, power, and tragedy. The name Aubrey had been associated with a number of prominent figures in society, but there were gaps, long stretches of time where nothing was recorded. The inconsistencies were glaring, and Poirot's sharp mind was already beginning to pick apart the inconsistencies. "Ah," Poirot said suddenly, his finger halting on a particular entry. "Here it is, the link between the Aubrey family and the occult. It was not widely known, but it appears that Lady Aubrey's ancestors were heavily involved in secretive rituals. The crimson teacup. It is a symbol, a link to something much older than any of us realize." I looked at Poirot, unsure whether I understood what he was saying. "So this goes beyond Lady Aubrey herself? The teacup, it's connected to her family's past?" Poirot nodded gravely. "Exactly, Hastings. The teacup is more than just a piece of porcelain. It is a key, a symbol that ties everything together." The solicitor, who had been watching us closely, spoke up. "You must understand, gentlemen, that the Aubrey family has long kept these matters hidden. The truth, if it were to come to light, would cause irreparable damage to their name and reputation." Poirot turned to the solicitor, his gaze piercing. "Monsieur, the truth must come to light. It always does, eventually, and when it does, it will be the guilty who are revealed." With that, Poirot closed the ledger and stood up, his posture straight and dignified. "Come, Hastings, there is still much to uncover." Chapter 16. The Hidden Truths. The evening descended slowly over Lady Aubrey's estate, cloaking the mansion in shadows. It was as though the house itself knew the weight of the revelations that had begun to unfold within its walls. Poirot and I stood in the dimly lit library, surrounded by walls lined with books, volumes of ancient history, obscure mysteries, and the kind of knowledge that seemed designed to conceal rather than reveal. Poirot's gaze had been fixed on the open ledger for several minutes, his brow furrowed in deep concentration. His little grey cells were undoubtedly working at full capacity, sifting through the tangled web of information we had uncovered. As always, Poirot had a way of seeing connections that others could not. "There is more to this, Hastings," Poirot murmured, his voice a quiet reflection of the mental storm raging in his mind. "Lady Aubrey's family has been hiding secrets for centuries, and now it is time for those secrets to be revealed." I glanced at him, unable to suppress the question that had been lingering on my mind for some time. "But Poirot, what are we truly dealing with here? Is it just the occult, some form of dark rituals? Or is there more at play?" Poirot closed the ledger with a decisive snap, his expression as implacable as ever. "Ah, Hastings, you see, it is never just one thing. There are layers to every case, layers that only reveal themselves when one looks beyond the obvious. The occult, yes, but it is the human mind, the psychology of it all, that holds the true key." I could see the flicker of realization in his eyes as he spoke, as if he were piecing together the last fragments of an intricate puzzle. The crimson teacup is not just a symbol of some ancient cult or a family heirloom. It is a psychological trigger, a reminder. It's meant to keep certain events alive in the mind of its possessor. The air in the room felt heavy, as if the AI walls themselves were listening to our conversation. I had always known that Poirot's methods were rooted in psychological insight, but now it was clear that this case was much more than a simple murder or theft. It was about the deep recesses of the mind, the way people could be manipulated, even by things as seemingly innocent as a teacup. "The teacup," Poirot continued, "has been passed down through generations. It's a talisman, if you will, but it is also a reminder of the choices made by those who came before, the ones who were involved in the occult rituals, the ones who bound themselves to a code of secrecy that continues to haunt their descendants." I leaned back, absorbing Poirot's words. There was a strange, unsettling truth in what he was saying. Lady Aubrey had always seemed like a woman of contradictions, refined and dignified, yet carrying with her an air of mystery that seemed to extend far beyond her own knowledge. Could it be that the very thing she had inherited, this crimson teacup, was a symbol of something far darker than anyone had ever realized? "Poirot, if this is true, then why did she hold on to it?" I asked. "Why keep something that has such a dangerous history?" Poirot smiled, though the expression was more reflective than reassuring. "Ah, Hastings, that is the most interesting part. Lady Aubrey did not keep the teacup because she wanted to honour her family's past. She kept it because it gave her power. Power over the minds of those around her. Power over her own memories." I felt a chill run down my spine. "So, she's been using it to manipulate people?" Poirot nodded. "Precisely. The human mind is an intricate thing, Hastings. One can bury memories, push them deep down into the subconscious. But when a person is confronted with a symbol that has such strong emotional and psychological ties, those buried memories begin to surface. They resurface in the form of feelings, thoughts, even actions." "But what does she want with that kind of power?" I asked, still struggling to wrap my mind around the implications of Poirot's deduction. "Control," Poirot said simply. control over her family, over her legacy, over those who would seek to take it from her, and control over herself. The Crimson Teacup allows her to harness the memories of those who came before, using them as a way to keep herself in power, to keep herself in command of the narrative. It was beginning to make sense now, in a way that sent a cold shiver creeping up my spine. Lady Aubrey had not just been a victim of her family's secrets. She had been the one pulling the strings, orchestrating her own path, manipulating the very fabric of her history. But there was still so much left to uncover, and of course Poirot was never one to rest until every thread of the mystery had been unravelled. Poirot turned to face me, his eyes bright with the fire of his intellectual pursuit. "Hastings, we must return to the estate. There is one final piece of the puzzle that remains." I nodded, though I had no idea what this final piece could be. We had already uncovered so much, yet something told me that we had not yet seen the full extent of the deception that had been carefully crafted within these walls. Chapter 17. The Veil Lifts. The air was thick with tension as Poirot and I returned to the grand estate. Every room we entered seemed to pulse with hidden meaning, as if the very walls had witnessed decades of secrets, whispered in hushed tones, and passed between the generations like a dangerous inheritance. The weight of the mystery pressed upon us, each revelation unravelling another layer of deception. Yet there was something still veiled, something that remained just out of reach. It was late afternoon when we arrived back at Lady Aubrey's residence. The setting sun cast an orange glow over the mansion, and as we crossed the threshold, it felt as though we were stepping back into the very heart of the enigma that had gripped us for so long. Poirot's expression was unreadable as we ascended the staircase toward the library, where we had spent so many hours piecing together the puzzle. He was in his element now, his mind racing with the evidence, the contradictions, and the psychological intricacies of the case. But there was something else, something in the quiet way he moved, the subtle intensity in his eyes, that suggested we were nearing the climax of this investigation. "I feel it, Hastings," Poirot said quietly, his voice as calm and deliberate as ever. "There is a shift, a turning point in the case. We are on the cusp of understanding everything." I nodded, though I too could not shake the sense that something was amiss. Every answer led to more questions, and the closer we got to the truth, the more elusive it became. The Crimson Teacup had revealed itself to be a symbol of power, but it was also a trigger for something much more insidious. Lady Aubrey's manipulation of her family, her psychological control over them, had created a web of lies so tangled that even Poirot was struggling to make sense of it. As we entered the library, I noticed that Lady Aubrey was seated by the window, her posture as regal and composed as ever, but there was a tremor in her hands, barely perceptible, that betrayed the storm brewing inside her. "Poirot," she said softly, her eyes narrowing as she regarded him with a mixture of suspicion and respect. "You've come to the final stage, haven't you? To the moment where everything will be revealed." Poirot gave a small nod, his eyes gleaming with the same intensity they had held since we first began this investigation. "Indeed, Madame Aubrey, the time has come to lift the veil." She smiled faintly, though the expression did not reach her eyes. And what will you find, I wonder? Will you uncover the truth, or will you be satisfied with the lies you've told yourself? Poirot's gaze sharpened. The truth, Lady Aubrey, is never far from us. It is simply a matter of looking beyond the obvious. Your game of manipulation, your attempts to control the past and present, it has all been a dance of smoke and mirrors. But I assure you, the truth will be laid bare. There was a long pause as Lady Aubrey's eyes flicked to the side, as though she were contemplating something deeply personal. She looked at Poirot with a cold, calculating gaze, her lips pressed into a thin line. "I have nothing to hide, Poirot," she said finally, her voice betraying no hint of doubt. "Everything I have done has been to protect my family, to safeguard our legacy." Poirot did not respond immediately. He simply stood there silent, as if allowing her words to hang in the air. I could sense that he was deliberating, carefully considering her every phrase, weighing the significance of her statement. He had long since learned that in the game of deduction, even the smallest details could hold the key to solving the puzzle. Finally, Poirot spoke again, his tone steady. "Your protection, Madame Aubrey, has come at a great cost. The truth of your family's past, hidden for generations, has left scars that run deep. And now, the time has come for those scars to be exposed." Stiffened, and for a fleeting moment I saw a flicker of fear in her eyes. But it was gone as quickly as it had appeared, replaced by the same cold, calculating mask she had worn since the beginning of our investigation. "You believe you know the truth, Poirot," she said, her voice tight, "but you have yet to understand the depths of my family's legacy, the sacrifices that were made, the vows that were sworn. There are things that go beyond mere logic, beyond the reach of your little grey cells." Poirot took a step forward, his gaze never leaving hers. "Ah, madame, it is precisely the things that go beyond logic that intrigue me, for it is in the illogical, the irrational, where the truth often hides." Lady Aubrey's expression faltered, for just a moment, her composure slipping ever so slightly. "You think you know everything," she said, her voice rising. "But you don't, Poirot. You don't know what it costs to carry the burden of what I've done." The tension in the room was palpable, and I could feel the weight of her words hanging in the air like a storm waiting to break. This was it, the moment when the truth would finally be revealed. But would it be the truth Poirot had uncovered? Or was there still more to this twisted tale than we could imagine? Poirot took another step closer, his eyes narrowing with a mix of determination and compassion. "Madame, I know that you have been carrying a heavy burden, but the past cannot be buried forever. It will rise to the surface, no matter how hard you try to suppress it." For the first time, Lady Aubrey looked away, her gaze drifting to the crimson teacup that sat on the side table. The teacup, the symbol of her family's power and manipulation. It seemed to mock us all with its calm, innocent appearance. But I knew that within it lay the key to everything. Poirot turned to me, his expression intense. "Hastings, the time has come for us to confront the final truth." With that, Poirot walked over to the table where the crimson teacup rested, his movements deliberate and precise. He reached out and lifted it from the table, holding it in his hands as though it were a fragile relic from another time. "Lady Aubrey," Poirot said, his voice low but filled with unmistakable authority. "This teacup is the heart of the mystery. It is the link between the past and the present, the symbol of the power that has shaped your family's fate. But it is also the key to unraveling the lies that have held you captive." She stared at him, her face pale, her lips trembling as though she were on the verge of confessing something she had kept hidden for years. The crimson teacup had been more than just an object. It had been a trap, a tool of psychological manipulation, and now it was about to reveal its true purpose. Poirot set the teacup back down on the table, his eyes never leaving Lady Aubrey's face. "It is time for the truth, Madame Aubrey, all of it." Chapter 18. The Final Unmasking. The evening had deepened into an unsettling quiet, the only sound being the gentle ticking of a grandfather clock in the corner of the room. Poirot stood, poised and composed, his hands folded behind his back, as he regarded Lady Aubrey. She sat with her hands clasped tightly on her lap, her gaze fixed on the crimson teacup, which now seemed to pulse with a hidden life of its own in the dim light. I, too, could feel the weight of the moment, as though the air had thickened around us. It was as if we had all been caught in the same snare, the same intricate web of deceit that had been spun long ago. But Poirot was not the kind to falter, and I could see the subtle shift in his posture that signalled he was closing in on the final truth. "Hastings," Poirot said, his voice cutting through the heavy silence. "It is clear now that this case has been no ordinary investigation. The forces at play here were never simply those of crime, but of manipulation. Psychological games have been at work, games in which Lady Aubrey has been the master architect." And say, Aubrey's face tightened at the mention of her role, but she said nothing. She only sat there, her fingers twitching ever so slightly, betraying the strain she was under. Poirot turned to me, his expression as calm as ever. "What we are dealing with, Hastings, is not merely a murder or a theft, but something much deeper. Lady Aubrey's manipulation, her control over her family, was the thread that tied all of this together. And it is through this thread that the truth must be revealed." I could feel the tension in the room crackle, but I could not yet see the way Poirot was leading us toward the final resolution. There was a complex puzzle at work, one that required patience and insight, the qualities that Poirot possessed in abundance. "You see, Hastings," Poirot continued, pacing slightly, his hands moving in precise, elegant gestures as he spoke. "Lady Aubrey has woven a very intricate web around herself. She has played the role of the protector, the guardian of family secrets, all the while concealing her true intentions. The question we must ask is, why? I could feel the answer lingering in the air, just out of reach, like a half-remembered dream. It was clear that Poirot's mind was already several steps ahead of us, pulling together pieces that had been scattered across our investigation. But for me, the puzzle was still missing some pieces. Lady Aubrey, to her credit, did not flinch at Poirot's analysis. Instead, she met his gaze with an air of calm dignity, as if she had long ago accepted the weight of her actions. "You are clever, Poirot," she said softly, her voice tinged with something like resignation. "But you cannot understand everything. There are things I did that you could never grasp, not because they are beyond your intelligence, but because they were decisions made from a place you cannot reach. Poirot studied her with a penetrating look. You mistake me, Madame Aubry. I do not seek to understand your motivations from a place of judgment. I seek to understand them because it is only by understanding them that I can expose the truth. She looked away then, her gaze drifting to the darkened window, as if seeking refuge from the truth that was closing in on her. The truth, she murmured almost to herself. Yes, the truth. It was always meant to be hidden, buried where no one could find it. Poirot raised an eyebrow, intrigued by her statement. Buried, you say? But why, madam? What was so terrible that it could not be allowed to surface? What truth is so dark that it could shatter everything you have built? She did not answer immediately, but I could sense the turmoil within her. She was close to revealing something that had long been locked away behind the facade she had carefully constructed over the years. But was she truly ready to confront the reality of her actions, or would she continue to deflect? Had no choice, she said finally, her voice a whisper, but one that held a quiet conviction. I had to protect them. They were too weak to understand, too fragile. I couldn't let them know the truth. Poirot's gaze softened slightly, but his expression remained as unyielding as ever. But what was the truth, madame? What was so terrible that it required such extreme measures? The room grew even quieter, the silence pressing in on us from all sides. Lady Aubry seemed to shrink into herself, her hands clutching the edges of her chair as if bracing herself for something monumental. She looked at Poirot, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. The truth, she said, her voice cracking, is that my family is cursed. A shiver ran down my spine at her words, but Poirot did not react immediately. He waited, ever patient, allowing her to continue on her own terms. It started with my father, she said, her voice growing steadier as she spoke. He was a man of great ambition, but also of great weakness. He sought power in ways that cannot be forgiven, and in his pursuit of that power, he made a pact with forces that should have remained far beyond his reach. I could see Poirot's interest piqued, his mind racing to connect the dots. A pact? What sort of pact, Madame Aubry? Lady Aubry's eyes darkened. It was with a secret society, one that had been operating for centuries, hidden from the world. They promised him power in exchange for something that could never be undone. Poirot's expression remained unchanged, but I could feel the intensity in the room rise. And what was it that your father promised in exchange for? This power? Lady Aubry's lips trembled. His soul. The words hung in the air like a thunderclap, reverberating through the room with a weight that seemed to crush everything in its path. I stood frozen, unable to process the implications of what she had just said. Poirot, however, did not flinch. His gaze never left Lady Aubry as he spoke, his voice quiet but firm. And you, Madame Aubry, you have carried this secret all these years? I had no choice, she whispered again. I had to protect my family. The pact was still in effect, and I was the one who was left to bear the burden. I couldn't let them know. I couldn't let them fall into the same trap. Poirot's eyes narrowed slightly, his mind already processing the gravity of the situation. And the crimson teacup, madame? What role does it play in this tale? Lady Aubrey's gaze flickered to the teacup on the table, the symbol of so many hidden truths. It was the object that sealed the pact. It was the vessel through which my father communicated with the society, and when he died, it became my responsibility to protect it, to ensure that no one ever uncovered the truth behind it. Poirot stood still for a moment, his mind clearly racing with the implications of her words. "I see," he said finally, his tone almost gentle. "But you underestimated one thing, Madame Aubrey." "And what is that?" she asked, her voice tinged with both defiance and uncertainty. Poirot's gaze flickered toward the crimson teacup, then back to her. "You underestimated the power of truth, and the fact that it always finds its way to the surface, no matter how deeply it is buried." Chapter 19. The Devil's Bargain. The revelations of the previous evening had not fully sunk in. I could not rid myself of the oppressive sense of dread that had settled over me, nor could I escape the suffocating weight of Lady Aubrey's confession. I had never imagined that our investigation would lead us into a realm so far beyond the boundaries of rationality, and yet here we were, in the heart of a mystery that defied all logic. Poirot, too, seemed untouched by the enormity of the truth Lady Aubrey had revealed. His mind, razor-sharp as ever, had already moved past the initial shock, focusing instead on the intricate puzzle that lay before us. His silence as we entered the drawing-room the next morning spoke volumes. It was the quiet before the storm, the moment when the pieces of the puzzle had almost fallen into place, but not yet fully aligned. Lady Aubrey was not present when we arrived, and I could sense Poirot's unease at her absence. His eyes darted toward the clock on the mantel, his foot tapping lightly against the floor. The waiting, I knew, was something Poirot could never tolerate. His mind thrived on action, on progress, on the relentless pursuit of truth. "Hastings," Poirot said at last, his voice low but firm, "there is something we have overlooked, something that connects all of these events in a way we have not yet fully grasped. I fear we are only scratching the surface of this mystery." I looked at him, trying to understand. "What do you mean, Poirot? What have we missed?" Poirot's gaze fixed on me with a piercing intensity. "The nature of the bargain, the pact that Lady Aubrey spoke of. It is not just a matter of power or family secrets. There is something far darker at work here, something that transcends mere ambition." "But what could be darker than what we already know?" I asked, my voice tinged with disbelief. Poirot did not answer immediately. Instead, he walked over to the fireplace and stared into the flames, his mind clearly elsewhere. I knew better than to interrupt him during one of these moments of deep concentration. Poirot was piecing together a puzzle that I could not yet see, and I would have to wait for him to reveal his deductions in his own time. It was then that we heard the sound of footsteps echoing in the hallway. Lady Aubrey appeared in the doorway, her expression unreadable. She had clearly not slept well, her face pale and drawn, her eyes heavy with the weight of the secrets she had shared. "Poirot," she said, her voice tense. "You were right. There is more to this story than I have told you." Poirot's eyes narrowed as he studied her, his expression unreadable. "Please, madame, continue. It is only by revealing the full truth that we may hope to understand the full extent of what has transpired." Lady Aubrey hesitated for a moment before she entered the room and sat down. "You must understand, Poirot, that I have not been entirely truthful with you. What I told you last night was only part of the story. The bargain my father made with the society was not just a matter of gaining power. It was a transaction, one that came at a far greater cost." Poirot leaned forward, his attention fully on her. "A greater cost, madam? What do you mean?" Lady Aubrey's voice trembled as she spoke, her hands wringing together in her lap. "The society, Poirot. It is not merely an organization that deals in secrets and power. It is a cult, a dark force that has existed for centuries. Its members, bound by blood and ritual. My father's pact with them was not one of simple exchange. He gave them something far more precious, his soul." I felt a chill run down my spine at her words, but Poirot's expression remained unchanged. "And what was the price, Madame Aubrey? What did your father give in return for the power he sought?" She closed her eyes, as if bracing herself for the weight of the truth. "The price was to be paid by his descendants. I was never supposed to have known the truth, Poirot. My father's death and the subsequent events that followed were all part of the society's plan. They have been waiting for the right moment to claim what they are owed." Poirot's brow furrowed, but his gaze did not waver from Lady Aubrey. "And what is it that they are owed, madam? What do they expect from you?" Lady Aubrey's voice dropped to a whisper. "They want me to fulfill my father's role, to take his place, to lead them." There was a long silence as Poirot processed her words. His mind, as always, was working at a pace I could not hope to match. I, on the other hand, was still trying to come to terms with the implications of her confession. "I see," Poirot said at last, his voice calm but filled with a quiet intensity. "And this crimson teacup, the one that has played such a central role in our investigation, what part does it play in all of this?" Lady Aubrey's eyes flickered toward the teacup, still sitting innocently on the table between us. "Is the key, the object through which the society communicates with its members. My father used it to seal his pact, and now it is my responsibility to protect it." Poirot's gaze softened, but his voice remained firm. "But you did not protect it, Madame Aubrey. You have allowed it to become a symbol of your family's fall from grace. You have allowed it to become a part of the crime." She looked away, her face flushed with guilt. "I never intended for it to become this. I only wanted to protect my family. But the society, they are relentless. They will stop at nothing to claim what they are owed." Poirot stood then, his movements deliberate and precise. "The society's influence extends further than you realize, madame. It is not just your father's soul that they seek, it is your own. And I fear that they are closer than you think." Lady Aubrey's eyes widened in horror as the weight of Poirot's words sank in. "But how do you know?" Poirot's gaze was steady. "Because, Madame Aubrey, the game is far from over. The society has played their part, and now it is your turn. But they will not stop until you are theirs." There was a moment of tense silence before Lady Aubrey spoke again, her voice trembling. "What can we do? How can we stop them?" Poirot looked at her, his face inscrutable. "There is only one way, madame. We must confront the society, face them head-on. And the only way to do that is to expose their secrets to the world. The room seemed to grow colder at the mention of this plan. I could see the fear in Lady Aubrey's eyes, but there was something else there too, something that spoke to the depth of her desperation. She had been caught in a trap, one that she could not escape by herself. "Poirot," she whispered, her voice barely audible. "I don't know if I'm strong enough to face them." Poirot's expression softened just for a moment, before he said, "You are stronger than you realize, madame. You have already taken the first step by revealing the truth. Now, we must take the next." Chapter 20. The Gathering Storm. The clock in the corner of the drawing-room ticked with a rhythmic persistence, each second another beat of the heart in the suffocating silence that had descended upon us. The weight of the last few hours hung in the air like a fog, thick and oppressive, as though we were all waiting for some inevitable storm to break. Poirot's sharp gaze remained fixed on Lady Aubrey, who had yet to speak. Her words from earlier, though heavy with truth, had left a palpable void in the room. It was as though she had offered up a piece of herself, something far darker than I had anticipated, and we were all bound to confront it. I watched as she fidgeted with her hands, twisting the fine gold bracelet on her wrist nervously. Her usually composed demeanour had shattered under the pressure of Poirot's meticulous questioning, and I could see the cracks widening. She had given us the key to unlocking the society's secrets, but I sensed that even now she was holding something back, something more. Poirot broke the silence, his voice soft yet firm. "Madam, you have come so far in your revelations, but there is one question that remains. What is the price that the society seeks from you? What is it that you have failed to protect all this time?" Her eyes flickered towards the crimson teacup sitting innocently on the side table, the very object that had become the focal point of this entire investigation. It was strange how something so small and seemingly trivial could hold such immense significance. But in this case, it had become a symbol of power, of fate, and of something far more insidious. "The price," Lady Aubrey began, her voice trembling. "It is not just a matter of material wealth or influence. The price is—" She hesitated, her lips parting as though she were struggling to speak the words aloud. "It is my soul, Poirot. My soul in exchange for their power." A chill ran down my spine at her words. The society had not merely sought influence or control. They had sought something far more precious, far more personal. In their twisted logic, they had traded not just for wealth or status, but for a life, Lady Aubrey's life, in its most profound and sacred form. Poirot's eyes narrowed, his mind already racing through the implications of her confession. "And what exactly do they expect from you, madame? How do they intend to claim this price?" Lady Aubrey looked away, unable to meet his gaze. "They are not merely interested in me as an individual. They seek to bind me to their will, to make me one of them. I am the last in a long line of those who have fulfilled their part of the bargain. My father and his father before him all played their role. But now it is my turn." I could see the exhaustion in her face, the burden of years spent in fear and uncertainty. She had been trapped in this dark web of secrets, her family's legacy tying her to the very thing that had destroyed them. And now she was trying, desperately trying to escape. Poirot stood up, his movements deliberate and precise. "This is no longer merely a family matter, madame. The society has its claws in more than just your bloodline. They have infiltrated powerful circles, and they will stop at nothing to achieve their goals. If you are to break free from their grasp, you must help us uncover their true agenda." Lady Aubrey's eyes widened, and I saw a flicker of something, fear, perhaps, pass across her face. "I can't. You don't understand, Poirot. The society, they have eyes everywhere. They know everything. I fear that by revealing so much, I have already placed us all in grave danger." Poirot's expression softened, but only slightly. "You have done the right thing, madame. But now we must move swiftly. The storm is gathering, and it is only a matter of time before they make their next move." I could feel the tension in the air, the undercurrent of fear that ran through Lady Aubrey's words. She was right to be afraid. The society had already shown their ability to manipulate events from the shadows. We had seen their power firsthand, but we were far from understanding the full extent of it. Poirot turned to me then, his eyes sharp and calculating. "Hastings, we must gather the remaining pieces of this puzzle. We must track down the remaining members of the society and find out where their true allegiance lies." I nodded, eager to assist in whatever way I could. Poirot had already set his mind to the task, and I knew that there was no one else I would trust to lead us through this storm. He was our only hope. Poirot's gaze returned to Lady Aubrey. "Madame, we will need your cooperation. If we are to expose this society, we must start with the core. Tell us everything you know, every name, every connection. Do not hold back." For the first time in what felt like ages, Lady Aubrey seemed to find some measure of resolve. She straightened, in her chair, her eyes clearing as she looked Poirot directly in the face. "I will help you, Poirot, but you must promise me something in return." Poirot tilted his head, his expression inscrutable. "And what is it that you ask of me, madame?" Lady Aubrey's voice was steady now, the tremor of fear replaced by determination. "Promise me that, whatever happens, you will protect me. I cannot face them alone. I am not strong enough." Poirot considered her request carefully before answering. "I give you my word, Madame Aubrey. I will protect you, but only if you stand by me and help us bring this matter to a close. Together we will expose them." She nodded, her shoulders sagging with the weight of the promise. It was clear to me that she no longer held any illusions about the danger she was in. She was ready to face the darkness, ready to stand with Poirot, no matter the cost. The door to the drawing-room opened, then, and a figure appeared in the doorway. I tensed, recognizing the man who had entered. It was none other than Lord Ambrose, the man who had once seemed so unassuming, so harmless. But now I knew better. Lord Ambrose's eyes flickered between us, and I could sense the unease that gripped him. His face was pale, and he seemed to be struggling to maintain his composure. "Poirot," he said, his voice hoarse, "there is something you need to see. It is about the society." Poirot's eyes narrowed, and I saw the tension in his jaw tighten. "What have you learned, Lord Ambrose?" Lord Ambrose stepped forward, his hands shaking as he produced a small folded piece of paper. "And I received this last night. It is a message from them. from the Society. Poirot took the paper from Lord Ambrose's trembling hands, unfolding it carefully. His eyes scanned the contents quickly, and then he looked up at the man before him. "Do you know what this means?" Poirot asked, his voice cold and steady. Lord Ambrose swallowed hard before replying. "Yes, they know what we're doing. They're coming for us." The room seemed to grow colder as Poirot folded the note with deliberate precision. "It is as I feared. The Society is moving faster than we anticipated. We must act quickly." Chapter 21. The Longest Night. The sound of footsteps echoed through the hallways of Aubrey Manor, each step a reminder that time was running out. We had no illusions left. The Society was no longer lurking in the shadows, waiting to be uncovered. They had become active, determined to extinguish the light that Poirot had begun to shine on their operations. And now, with Lady Aubrey's confession, we had crossed a point of no return. Poirot stood before the fireplace, his eyes fixed on the dancing flames as if searching for an answer in the flickering light. His normally impeccable demeanour was slightly askew. His jaw was clenched, and there was a heaviness in his gaze. We had reached the most dangerous phase of the investigation, and Poirot knew it all too well. The door to the drawing-room opened, softly, and I turned to see Lady Aubrey step inside, her face pale, her hands still shaking from the weight of what she had shared. She looked fragile, as though the revelation she had uttered earlier had taken more from her than she was willing to admit. "Poirot," she said, her voice wavering, "you're right. They know what we're doing. I don't know how, but they do. I fear for everyone in this house, if they come for us." She trailed off, unable to finish the thought. Poirot turned to face her, his expression calm, but with a sharpness in his eyes that I had come to recognize as his response to a true challenge. "Madame, the Society has been tracking your every move, but we have the advantage now. We have the truth. And the truth, as you have seen, can be a formidable weapon." Lady Aubrey nodded, though her eyes betrayed the doubt that lingered beneath the surface. "But the letter, it said they would come tonight. They've set their plan into motion." Poirot's lips curled into the slightest of smiles, the kind that suggested he had already anticipated this moment. "Indeed, madame, but it is we who are in control. They may think they have the upper hand, but they have underestimated me, and now they will pay for their arrogance." I could see the gears turning in Poirot's mind, each detail falling into place with surgical precision. He was already planning our next move, and the focus in his eyes was as clear as ever. It was as though nothing, not even the looming threat of the Society, could break his concentration. "We cannot afford to make any missteps now," Poirot continued. "The Society has set a trap, but it is a trap of their own making. We must bait them, but carefully. If we move too quickly, we risk exposing ourselves before we are ready. If we move too slowly, they will come for us first." Lady Aubrey looked uncertain, but her resolve was slowly beginning to harden. "What do we do, Poirot?" Poirot smiled, a look of reassurance crossing his features. "We wait, we observe, and we strike when the time is right. In the meantime, I will continue my investigation. There are still pieces of this puzzle that need to be placed, and I will not rest until I have the answers." The silence that followed was heavy with anticipation. I could sense that we were on the cusp of something monumental, but I also knew that it would not come without cost. The society would not back down easily, and they certainly wouldn't forgive us for digging into their secrets. As Poirot turned to leave the room, his eyes met mine with a quiet, almost imperceptible nod. It was a signal, an acknowledgement that we were about to face something far more dangerous than we had encountered thus far. Later that night, as the mansion settled into an uneasy calm, Poirot gathered us in the study. The dim light from the desk lamp cast long shadows across the room, creating an atmosphere that was both intimate and foreboding. I could see the weariness in Lady Aubrey's face, though she tried to hide it behind a mask of composure. She had done her part, but I knew that whatever came next, she would be forced to confront the darkness that had lingered in her life for far too long. Poirot's voice broke the silence as he addressed us. "Hastings, Lady Aubrey, we are close now. The society has left us a trail to follow, though they think they have hidden it well. We will find their leader tonight, and we will expose the truth." Lady Aubrey's eyes narrowed in concern. "How can you be so sure? How do we know they haven't already made their move?" Poirot's gaze was steady as he met her gaze. "Because, madame, the leader of the society is not someone who acts hastily. They are a master of patience, of control. They have waited too long to make their move, and now they will be the ones who make the mistake." The words hung in the air, as if Poirot had spoken them with the certainty of someone who had already seen the outcome in his mind. And I believed him. In his way, Poirot had always been able to read people and situations with such depth that it was as though he could peer into the very soul of those around him. The night stretched on, and as the clock ticked past midnight, we gathered in the hallway, waiting for Poirot's next move. Lady Aubrey had retreated to her room, but the tension in the air was palpable. The house, usually a place of warmth and comfort, now felt like a prison, its walls closing in on us with every passing moment. Poirot stood at the door to the study, his eyes scanning the shadows as if he could sense something lurking just out of sight. "We are close," he murmured, more to himself than to anyone else. The sudden sound of a distant creak shattered the stillness, and I stiffened, my heart racing. Poirot's eyes snapped to the door, his body tense with readiness. "They are here," he said softly. Without another word, Poirot moved swiftly, his movements a study in efficiency. He signalled for me to follow, and I did so without hesitation, my mind focused solely on what lay ahead. The hallway was dimly lit, and as we moved further into the house, the shadows seemed to grow longer, stretching out before us like dark tendrils. We reached the drawing-room, where Poirot stopped abruptly, his gaze fixed on a figure standing near the window. For a moment, the figure didn't move, as if unsure of how to react. Then, as if on cue, they turned to face us. It was Lord Ambrose. Chapter 22. The Unveiling. The tension in the drawing-room was palpable, and as Poirot's piercing gaze locked onto Lord Ambrose, I couldn't help but feel a chill run down my spine. The man stood there, motionless for a moment, as though deciding whether to reveal his hand or remain hidden in the shadows of the night. His eyes darted around the room, calculating, just as Poirot's had been doing for days. I could see the faintest flicker of recognition in Poirot's expression, the realization dawning slowly but steadily. He had known, even before we had entered this room, that the Society's leader was within our reach. But now, with Lord Ambrose standing before us, it was clear that the time had come to face the truth head-on. "Lord Ambrose," Poirot began, his voice calm but firm, "you have been hiding in plain sight. Your every action, your every decision, has led us to this moment." The words hit the air with the force of a revelation, and for a brief moment Lord Ambrose seemed to stiffen, his shoulders tense, his hands flexing at his sides as if he were preparing to defend himself. "You've made a mistake, Poirot." Lord Ambrose finally spoke, his voice cold, laced with disdain. "I have nothing to do with any of this. I am simply a man of business, of culture. Your accusations are baseless." Poirot's gaze remained unflinching, his eyes narrowing slightly, as if considering Lord Ambrose's words with the care of a chess player contemplating his next move. "You are a man of business, yes," Poirot replied, his tone clipped. "But not only that, you are a man who thrives in the shadows. And it is in the shadows where the truth often hides. You cannot deny the connection between you and the Society any longer. Your actions, your words, your very presence here, it all speaks to the truth we have been following." Lord Ambrose's eyes flashed with something, anger, fear, perhaps a mixture of both. But he did not respond immediately. He seemed to be weighing his options, deciding whether to continue the charade or admit the truth. But Poirot had already peeled back the layers of his deception, and it was only a matter of time before the full picture would emerge. "Perhaps," Lord Ambrose said, his voice lower now, almost resigned, "you have uncovered the extent of my involvement, but you have no idea what you are truly dealing with, Poirot. The Society is much more than you think. It is a network of power, a web of influence that spans far beyond anything you can comprehend. You have no idea how deep it goes." Poirot stepped forward, his eyes unwavering. "It is not the power you seek that interests me, Lord Ambrose. It is the truth. You see, the power you speak of is built on deception, and once the truth is exposed, the power crumbles like a house of cards." There was a long silence as Lord Ambrose processed Poirot's words, the weight of the detective's calm certainty sinking in. I could see that the once confident man was faltering, his facade beginning to crack under the pressure of Poirot's relentless logic. "Do you think you can destroy the Society with a single revelation?" Lord Ambrose scoffed, his tone bitter. "The network I've built is far too strong. You are playing a dangerous game, Poirot, and you have no idea of the consequences." Poirot's lips curled into the smallest of smiles, the kind of smile that signalled he was on the verge of victory. "I know the game well, mon ami," he said, his voice soft, but with an edge of certainty. "And I have already won. The Society's secrets are no longer safe. You are no longer in control. The truth has a way of coming to light, no matter how hard one tries to bury it." For a moment, Lord Ambrose said nothing. His hands clenched into fists at his sides, and I could see the struggle in his eyes. It was as if he were at war with himself, his pride, his ego, and his desperation to hold on to the power he had so carefully cultivated. Poirot continued, his voice firm yet compassionate. "You see, Lord Ambrose, what you fail to understand is that in your quest for power, you've overlooked the most basic principle: human nature. The more you hide the truth, the more it fights to be free. The more you deceive, the more the contradictions build. And when those contradictions are exposed, there is no escaping the consequences. Lord Ambrose's lips curled into a sneer, but his eyes betrayed a flicker of doubt. "You're a fool, Poirot. You think that all this will end with my confession? You think that exposing me will bring down the entire network? You are naive." Poirot's expression softened slightly, but there was no mistaking the sharpness in his gaze. "It is not naivete, mon ami. It is understanding. You have built an empire on lies, and now the foundation is crumbling. The pieces you thought were in place are falling apart, and all that remains is the truth." The room grew silent as Lord Ambrose seemed to process Poirot's words, his face a mask of conflicting emotions. I could see the inner turmoil churning behind his eyes. The man who had once been so confident now seemed vulnerable, exposed. "Enough of this!" Lord Ambrose suddenly erupted, his voice filled with anger. "You think you can break me? You think you can bring me down with your ridiculous deductions and your moral superiority? You're wrong. I have done what needed to be done, and I will not let you destroy everything I've built." Poirot's demeanour remained calm, his voice steady as he responded, "You misunderstand me, Lord Ambrose. I do not wish to destroy you. I merely wish to expose the truth. And in the end, it is the truth that will set you free, or condemn you, as the case may be." Lord Ambrose's face darkened, and he took a step back, his eyes flickering between Poirot and me. For a brief moment I thought he might lash out, but instead he seemed to collect himself, his features tightening with resolve. "You may have won the battle, Poirot," Lord Ambrose said, his voice low and dangerous, "but you have no idea what awaits you. The society is not so easily undone. You've made an enemy tonight, one that will stop at nothing to see you fail." Poirot's response was a quiet chuckle, the sound almost amused. "Mon ami, I have made no enemy. It is you who have made an enemy of truth, and as we all know, truth is a far more formidable adversary than any man or society." The words hung in the air, and for a moment it felt as though the world itself had stopped spinning. The battle was no longer about the society or its network. It was about something much greater: the inevitable clash between deception and the unyielding power of truth. Chapter 23. The Final Test. The room was quiet, the kind of stillness that only comes when the weight of 1,000 unspoken thoughts presses upon the air. Lord Ambrose had retreated into the shadows, no longer the confident, imperious man who had once commanded the room with his presence. Instead, he was a man cornered, backed into a position where his carefully constructed world was beginning to fall apart. Poirot stood at the centre of the room, the very embodiment of calm certainty. His hands, always neat and precise, were folded before him, his fingers steepled in that familiar gesture of concentration. He did not appear rushed, nor was he anxious to end the conversation. He had all the time in the world, and he knew that the true nature of the game was not one of quick wins, but of patience and gradual revelation. The silence between us seemed to stretch on for an eternity, each second pulling us closer to the inevitable confrontation. "Do you think," Lord Ambrose broke the silence, his voice laced with venom, "that you've uncovered all there is to know about me, about my plans? You are as foolish as you are methodical, Poirot." Poirot's lips twitched slightly at the edge, as though he were indulging a private thought. "It is not the truth that is elusive, mon ami, but the mind that hides it. You have not understood me at all if you think this is about power or destruction. No, it is about understanding you, about understanding the mind of a man who cannot escape his own contradictions." "Contradictions!" Lord Ambrose scoffed, his sneer almost too much to bear. "You are wasting your time. The web I've built is far too complicated for you to untangle. It is far beyond your reach, Poirot." Poirot's eyes gleamed with a quiet intensity. "Is it, though? Is it truly beyond my reach? I see the pieces, Lord Ambrose. They have all fallen into place. And now the picture is clear. You made one fatal mistake, and that mistake will be your undoing." I could feel the tension in the room as if it were an invisible force, pressing in on us from all sides. Lord Ambrose's facade, the mask of a man who believed he was invincible, was beginning to crack. The arrogant confidence he had worn so easily in the past was now slipping away, replaced by a flicker of something darker, more desperate. "You think you've won?" he spat, his voice shaking with barely contained fury. "This is far from over. You've exposed a single thread in a vast tapestry. There is so much more you don't understand, Poirot." Poirot stepped forward then, his calm demeanour never faltering. "I understand more than you think. I understand the nature of secrets. I understand the way you hide behind your lies and the way you twist the truth to suit your needs. But most importantly, I understand the human heart, Lord Ambrose. And that, mon ami, is where your greatest mistake lies." Lord Ambrose's eyes narrowed, as if Poirot had struck a nerve. His posture stiffened, and for the briefest moment I thought I saw a flicker of fear in his eyes. But before I could speak, Poirot raised a hand, signalling me to remain silent. It was as though the detective was savouring this moment, enjoying the tension in the room and the way the web of truth was drawing tighter around their adversary. "Your greatest mistake," Poirot continued, "was not in your actions, but in your underestimation of human nature. You believed you could control everything, everyone, but you cannot control what is inside the heart. That is where you have failed." Lord Ambrose's hand clenched at his side, and his lips curled into a tight, forced smile. "And what do you think you know of the heart? You who have spent your life buried in books and riddles. You have no understanding of power, of what it means to command and to control." Poirot gave a small, almost imperceptible shake of his head. "Ah, but it is you who misunderstand me. It is not power that interests me, nor control. It is the truth. And you have forgotten, Lord Ambrose, that power built on deception is like a house built on sand. It may stand for a time, but it will crumble in the end. The truth is the only foundation that endures." For a moment I thought Lord Ambrose might lash out in anger, but instead he stood there, his shoulders sagging with the weight of the realization that his carefully crafted empire had begun to crumble around him. "Poirot," took a step closer to him, his voice low but filled with authority. "The truth is, Lord Ambrose, you did not build an empire. You built a prison for yourself and for those around you. Your need for control, for power, has led you down a path of lies and manipulation. And now, at the end of it all, you stand alone with your mistakes." Lord Ambrose was no longer sneering. His eyes flickered with a mixture of frustration, anger, and, dare I say it, regret. The facade of the confident, calculating aristocrat was gone, replaced by a man who could no longer hide from the consequences of his own actions. "I had no choice," he muttered, more to himself than to anyone else. "You don't understand. The society, they were too powerful. If I hadn't acted, they would have destroyed everything. My family, my name, my future." Poirot's gaze softened for the briefest of moments, and his voice was gentle as he responded, "It is not for me to understand, Lord Ambrose. But what I do understand is that power gained through fear is not true power. It is a fleeting illusion built on the suffering of others." There was a long silence after Poirot's words, and I could feel the weight of the moment settle over us. I had never seen Lord Ambrose so vulnerable, so human. It was as if the armour he had worn for so long had finally cracked, revealing the man beneath. Lord Ambrose looked down at his hands, his fingers trembling slightly. "I thought I could control everything. I thought I could outsmart them all. But in the end, it was me who was outsmarted." Poirot's expression remained steady, his gaze never leaving the man before him. "It is never too late to choose the right path, Lord Ambrose. You may have built your empire on lies, but you can choose to dismantle it. The truth is always there, waiting to be uncovered. It is a matter of whether you have the courage to face it." The room was quiet, and I could sense that the detective had placed the final piece into place. The puzzle was complete, and the truth, though painful, was now undeniable. Lord Ambrose stood at a crossroads, faced with a decision that would determine the rest of his life. Chapter 24. The Echo of Regrets. The air was thick with the scent of ancient leather and polished wood, the sort of scent that could only be found in the grand study of a man who had spent a lifetime accumulating wealth and power. The room, adorned with heavy drapes and towering bookshelves filled with volumes that spanned centuries, stood as a testament to Lord Ambrose's former glory. Yet, in the present moment, the space seemed to close in around us, as though it were a prison of its own design. I watched as Lord Ambrose remained rooted in place, his hands trembling ever so slightly as he gripped the edge of his desk. The facade of confidence that had once made him a formidable figure was shattered, leaving him exposed and vulnerable. The great man, who had orchestrated so many schemes with precision, now seemed like a child caught in a lie too grand to escape. Poirot, ever the embodiment of composure, stood across the room, observing him with the same calm intensity that had seen him through countless cases. His eyes, sharp as ever, never wavered, but there was something in his gaze, something almost empathetic, that suggested he understood the depth of Lord Ambrose's turmoil. "It is quite a puzzle, n'est-ce pas?" Poirot finally spoke, his voice breaking the silence like a single deliberate note in a symphony. "A puzzle that, despite all your plans, Lord Ambrose, you have failed to solve. But now you must face it." Lord Ambrose's eyes, once filled with scorn, now reflected a mixture of fear and regret. His posture slumped as if the weight of his own decisions had become too much to bear. "You don't understand," he muttered, his voice hoarse. "It wasn't supposed to be like this. I didn't want it to end this way." Poirot's gaze never softened, but there was a trace of something akin to pity in his voice. "I understand more than you think. But tell me, mon ami, did you truly believe you could control everything? That your manipulation of others, your games of power, would have no consequences?" Lord Ambrose looked away, his fingers digging into the desk as if trying to anchor himself to the only thing that had remained constant in his life. The walls around him, once a fortress of control, now seemed to be closing in. "I never meant for it to get so far," he confessed, his voice barely above a whisper. "But when you're in too deep, you can't turn back. The moment I realized what I had become, it was too late to stop." Poirot moved closer, his footsteps measured and deliberate, each one echoing in the otherwise silent room. "It is never too late to stop, Lord Ambrose. Never too late to make a choice that leads you away from this darkness. You are not as far gone as you believe." Lord Ambrose let out a bitter laugh, shaking his head. "And what would you have me do? I can't just undo everything I've done. The damage is done. The people I've betrayed, the trust I've broken. It's all beyond repair." Poirot's voice remained firm, unwavering. "There is always a way forward, but it begins with confronting the truth, accepting responsibility for your actions. Only then can you begin to rebuild what you have destroyed." Lord Ambrose met Poirot's gaze for the first time in what felt like an eternity. His eyes filled with something close to despair. "I don't know if I can face it." Poirot placed a hand gently on the back of a nearby chair. His posture relaxed, but his voice was still filled with quiet authority. "You already have. The first step is always the hardest, but you have already taken it. Now, you must choose to continue. The truth will set you free, but you must choose to walk down that path." For a long moment, there was no sound in the room except for the distant ticking of a clock on the mantel. The weight of Poirot's words hung in the air, heavy and undeniable. Lord Ambrose stood there, motionless, as though trying to summon the strength to make a decision that would change the course of his life. Finally, he exhaled, a deep, shuddering breath that seemed to release some of the tension that had been building in him for so long. "And if I choose to face it, what happens then?" Poirot's eyes softened, just a fraction. "Then you begin again. You rebuild your life, your legacy, on a foundation of truth and integrity. It will not be easy, but it is the only path worth walking." Lord Ambrose looked down at his hands, the weight of his own choices reflected in the lines of his palms. His voice, when he spoke again, was barely a whisper. "I don't know if I have it in me." Poirot took a step back, his posture dignified and poised as ever. "That is for you to decide. But know this, you are not beyond redemption. You can still make a choice that changes everything." The room fell silent again, the only sound the faint rustling of paper from the desk. Lord Ambrose seemed to shrink in on himself, the weight of the moment too much to bear. It was as if the man who had once been so powerful was now confronted with the fragility of his own humanity. I watched this all unfold, a silent observer to a drama that seemed to be playing out in slow motion. Lord Ambrose, the once unyielding aristocrat, now stood at the precipice of a new life, or perhaps the abyss of his own despair. Poirot's gaze never wavered. He was not a man who rushed to conclusions, nor was he one to offer false hope. He had laid the truth before Lord Ambrose, and now it was up to the man to decide what to do with it. For a long time, there was only silence. Finally, Lord Ambrose spoke, his voice low and tinged with regret. "I wish I could turn back time. I wish I could change everything." Poirot nodded, his face thoughtful but composed. "We cannot change the past, but we can learn from it. That is the gift we have been given, mon ami, the ability to learn and to choose a better path." Lord Ambrose's eyes were downcast, the weight of his own remorse pulling him deeper into himself. Yet there was something in his gaze that spoke of a man who was beginning to accept his fate, who was beginning to understand that his redemption, if it came at all, would not be easy, but it would be worth the struggle. Poirot turned to me then, his voice as calm and assured as ever. "Hastings, I believe we have seen all we need to see here. Lord Ambrose must now decide for himself." Chapter 25. The Unravelling Threads. The cold, dimly lit room was a stark contrast to the vibrant life it once held. The walls, now dulled by age, were lined with faded tapestries that seemed to tell the stories of forgotten times. Once this room had been the heart of Lord Ambrose's estate, a place where grand parties were held and decisions that shaped the future were made. Now it was a tomb, a place where the weight of betrayal and the price of ambition had settled like dust in the corners. Lord Ambrose had spent much of the last few days in seclusion, his mind burdened by the events that had unfolded. The once imposing figure who had ruled over his estate with an iron fist now moved like a shadow of himself, unable to escape the consequences of his actions. Poirot, ever the observer, had remained close, watching as Lord Ambrose grappled with the truth. Yet there was no judgment in his eyes, only understanding. In the weeks since his arrival, Poirot had been steadfast, offering Lord Ambrose the opportunity for redemption, but never forcing it upon him. The choice had always been his to make. I had expected Lord Ambrose to resist, to fight against the tide of his own conscience. But what I had not anticipated was the way he had begun to unravel before our eyes, bit by bit, piece by piece. The man who had built his empire on manipulation, power, and deceit was now confronting the very foundation of his existence. I could see the change in him, subtle, yet unmistakable. The rigid posture had softened, and his eyes no longer held the cold, calculating glint that had defined him for so long. Instead, there was a weariness to him, an almost palpable sense of regret. But with that regret came something else, something more fragile and more human: hope. Poirot, as always, had been patient. He had allowed Lord Ambrose the time he needed, never pushing him too hard, but always watching, always waiting for the moment when the man would choose a different path. I had seen this in Poirot before, this unshakable belief in the power of choice, in the idea that no one was beyond redemption, as long as they were willing to confront the truth. And now As I stood beside him in the dimly lit room, I could feel that truth beginning to come to light. "The truth is like a thread, Hastings," Poirot said softly, his voice almost a whisper. "At first, it is delicate and easily overlooked, but once you begin to pull it, it unravels everything. It is the key to understanding." I nodded, but I did not speak. I had seen the way Poirot worked, how he would follow a single thread of truth through the labyrinth of lies and deceit, untangling it until he reached the heart of the mystery, and I knew that the time had come for the final revelation. Lord Ambrose entered the room slowly, his eyes heavy with the weight of his thoughts. He was no longer the proud, imposing figure I had once seen him to be, but a man who had been stripped of his armour. There was a vulnerability in him now, a nakedness that seemed almost foreign. "Poirot," he began, his voice hoarse, as if he had not spoken for days. "I've thought long and hard about what you've said. I've looked at everything, at my life, at my choices, at the people I've wronged." Poirot did not respond immediately. He simply waited, his gaze steady, his posture as unyielding as ever. He knew that the moment of decision was upon us, and he allowed Lord Ambrose the space to speak. "I want to make amends," Lord Ambrose continued, his eyes searching Poirot's face as though seeking some kind of approval. "I want to undo the damage I've done, to fix the things I've broken, but I don't know if it's too late." Poirot's expression softened, just slightly. "It is never too late to make a choice, mon ami. You may not be able to undo all that you have done, but you can begin again. You can choose a different path, one built on honesty, on integrity." The words seemed to sink in, and for a moment Lord Ambrose stood there as if trying to reconcile the man he had been with the man he now longed to become. He was no longer the same person he had been when he first arrived at his own estate, but a man shaped by the weight of his decisions and the possibility of change. "I want to go to them," Lord Ambrose said, his voice quieter now, as though speaking the words aloud made them more real. "I want to make things right with the people I've wronged. I've caused so much pain, so much destruction, and I don't know if I can ever fix it. But I have to try." Poirot nodded. "That is all anyone can do. Try. The rest we leave to time." The room fell silent, the only sound the soft rustling of papers on Lord Ambrose's desk. The tension in the air was palpable, but there was a sense of finality in the moment. Lord Ambrose had made his choice. I watched as Lord Ambrose turned to leave the room, his steps slow but steady. There was a new light in his eyes, something I had not seen before. Hope, perhaps, or perhaps a newfound sense of purpose. It was hard to say, but whatever it was, it seemed to propel him forward. Poirot remained where he stood, his gaze following Lord Ambrose's departure. He said nothing, but I could see the quiet satisfaction in his eyes. He had done what he came to do. He had given Lord Ambrose the chance to choose redemption. Now, it was up to the man to take that step. "It is a long road, Hastings," Poirot said, his voice thoughtful, "but the first step is always the hardest." I nodded, understanding the weight of his words. The journey ahead would not be easy, but Lord Ambrose had made the choice to walk it. And that, in the end, was all anyone could ask for. The door to the study closed behind Lord Ambrose. Poirot turned to face me, a small but knowing smile playing at the corners of his lips. "Come, Hastings," he said, his tone light once again. "There is still much to do, and I am sure you would like to take a walk. The case is finished, but there is always more to observe, n'est-ce pas?" I chuckled, unable to resist the warmth of Poirot's presence. "I'm sure you're right. There's always something to learn." And with that, we walked out of the room together, leaving behind the remnants of a case that had tested both the mind and the heart. The mystery had been solved.